Grand risings, grand risings, grand risings. Big up our Bo in the building. Listen to our story, Bo. Many moons ago. This is our story, Bo. Listen good. To clean up we could afford to leave each other. You know that we're about. Listen, Bo, listen story.
What's the story?
This is our story, darling. Listen.
No cussing and fussing. It can't be our story. I don't hear no cussing and fussing and hollering.
We say it can't be our story because you're not hearing no cussing and
Yeah,
on
man.
bandage.
Yeah, nobody getting bumped out or nothing. It can't be our story.
Nah, man, this is
Our story is all about getting bumped out and cussing and screaming and hollering and all that.
Nah, man, this is called UK Black. You understand? And this is our story in England. You understand? And that's why I always say to you, I definitely appreciate that our thing is not the same. You with me? So I'm playing that song now for you to listen to the lyrics. You know what I mean? Right. To show the difference, man. You get me? And this is by. Have you heard of a group called Soul to Soul?
Yeah. They from England.
Right, so yeah.
Oh, I never knew
so
that.
This is. You didn't know Soul to Soul was from England?
Nah, they sounded ADOS to me growing up. That's the one saying "Back to Life."
Yeah.
To reality. Oh, I ain't know they was from England. I never knew that.
So you thought that was American?
Yeah, man.
Nah, you're pulling my leg, man. You're pulling my leg.
I'm telling you,
definitely.
It never. And that was a point in time though where I didn't even. England never even. I probably didn't even know that black people existed in England when that came out.
Fair enough. I appreciate that because I think that is quite a truthful statement that you just made there. Because I think a lot of so yeah, I hear that still. But yeah, man, it was definitely a Afro-Caribbean group. You know what I mean? Obviously based in England, but yeah, man, big things, man. Changed the landscape in England musically for a while, 100%, man. And another genre that put us on the map, as it were.
Yeah, man. So it's safe for me over here, though, man. You know, I ain't gotta worry about your baby daddy or your husband coming home, seeing me here and causing a storm.
Well, if you hear some grumblings, you just know to duck in it. But no. No, I think I'm alright for a couple hours. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. So anyway, Grand Risings family. You know, like I said, it's a bit of a great day where we are, and I know it's very early where you are, bro. So
man,
not even
they done got me stuck up here, man. I done got stuck. I ended up getting stuck. I wasn't even supposed to be this long.
Yeah, that's what they all say, bro. To be fair, but I saw it. Go, man. If you enjoy the vibes, you enjoy the vibes, innit? You know what I mean? I know you like to be known as some grumpy.
The vibe's been cool, though. Vibe's been all right today. I ain't really get no headaches or burnt out today or nothing. None of that.
Big up my sister Kushti. I think I put the wrong link in that chat. You know, I was just supposed to put the YouTube link. But yeah, my yo Kushti, come in here, man. And
even
Tash,
King Gold, man. Even King
Me,
Gold, I kind of like enjoyed trolling King Gold today, going back and
it's,
forth with King Gold. Yeah, man.
I hear you,
I
man.
had a good little laugh with King Gold. Uh, but I
Yeah,
was
man, come
definitely
in, ladies, man. Get me. Yo, Tash, long time. Come in, man. Get me. Long time in here. Your gangster self. We's a real GT girl. Come on, you get me? Take people kindness for weakness. I lie. People take people kindness for weakness, man. For real, for real. So you know what, Bo, I'm gonna bring the tune back again. You understand me? Because it is my opening tune, and it is an important goal. It's a very important tune for me. You know what I mean? Because like I said, for myself, it charts our time in England. Yes, so you see what I'm saying to you.
right.
And one thing about me, I'm windrushing it. You see what I'm saying to you? If you hear me chat about anything, I say I'm windrush. You get me? So yeah, man. And these are the children of the windrush, as am I. You know what I mean? But then you're speaking to other people on here that they might be like some of them like third generation, second, third generation, and you can tell the difference. You see what I'm saying to you?
You
So
think so? So you think it's a difference from your generation of Wind Rush than what you seeing now that's coming up?
oh, definitely, man, definitely, hundred
Mm.
percent. There's no if buts. You know what I mean? 100%, man. 100%. You know, and I mean, gosh, I used to think, well, gosh, that change happened in a quick, in a quick time because you can, like I said, didn't it? You could argue two generations, but then sometimes I'm thinking, you know what? No, we done quite well still because when I look at the more recent immigrants or whatever you want to call it, you see what I'm saying to you? They've I don't use the word integrated, but their sort of duality has become more apparent quicker, I think. You see what I'm saying to you in terms of that thing of juggling the culture from which you come from. You see what I'm saying to you, and then obviously the culture of England. You see what I'm saying to you. You get me?
Right.
Yeah, man. So I even say that, um, and then I even say that, and then put even a highlight on it. Could be argued that some of these cultures that we're speaking about have stronger family ties, even got like a maybe stronger religious foundation, this, that, and the other, all the things you would consider to be able to, you know what I'm saying, to hold the thing in place. But what I'm seeing, especially via social media, because obviously
Other
social
black
media,
cultures? Are you talking about like everybody, like Asians or whoever, Sikhs, or
yeah,
are you talking
yeah.
specifically black people?
No, I'm talking about the other cultures. So even like Somalian, I would certainly put that in there. Some of the other African sort of cultures, yeah, like Congolese. You know what I'm saying to you?
Right.
Um, like once upon a time, could be argued like the Nigerians were the more academic, straight laced, this, that, and the other. Whereas when I'm watching certain podcasts and just going into the streets, as it were, to see what's popping off. A lot of the persons that are doing madnesses are
So what you
actually
think?
African.
So what you
Mm.
think? A lot of the Nigerians even losing that aspect too, like the second
Well,
and third.
definitely.
They even
Yeah,
losing that
hundred
as well.
percent, 100%, 1,000%. So what I'm saying is that again, going back to UK Black again, like I said, it charted our rise in England, as it were. But again, I'm just saying about how Babylon has got a very strong pull, basically. You know what I'm saying to you? Very, very strong pull, man. And again, just to highlight the difference between yourself, you know what I mean, living in America, you know what I mean, being off that land, as it were, because obviously you're going back, you know what I'm saying, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of, you know what I mean? Whereas, like I said to you before, we've only been here like 50s. Some came in the late 40s after the war, but mostly you know what I mean, it was the 50s and 60s. And we're still very small in number, you know? So yeah, man, UK Black, man.
So how you see it going
How do I see it going?
as far as like for the UK blacks? Down, up? What's the trajectory? What's the future looking like?
Yeah, that's an interesting question,
Is
you
it
know, because
a promising looking future? Is it questionable? Is it just bad? How you see it going? How do you see
yeah,
it?
that's an interesting question, you know, because in fact, let me just move this. I need more coffee. 1 second. That is a good question, man. And the people in the chats, what do you consider to that question that Bo just asked? Still, because I think that is an interesting question. I am going to answer it. Just give me 1 second, Bo. 1 second. I need to warm up. All on. Let's warm up this coffee, man. What do you lot think in the chats, man? I think that's an interesting question. I'm going to answer. Oh my God. Give me 1 second, Bo. I'm going on mute for 10 seconds. 1 second. Say something, the Bo. You just sit down there. Say something, boy.
I was look, I was looking for you. I was waiting on you. I mean, wow, man, what happened to everybody else, man? I thought they made it seem like they were finna jump on Kushti and Tosh and all them, man. It seemed like they were finna come on. I come over here and they get missing.
Yeah, don't worry. They'll come on. Remember, you know, contrary to some,
Who is this?
you know, misled people, you know, remember that we're all adults out here with things doing in it. So, and they're mothers and this and that. So they'll come when they can come, man.
Nah, they
Yeah.
out of there. They ain't coming back. They out of there.
Nah, man. Yeah, yeah.
Tosh done been on the 24-hour
Up your nice, man.
marathon. Yeah,
Grand
man.
Rising Ultra. Bless up
Tosh been
yourself.
on the 24-hour marathon.
Yo, well, go on.
Long time, Ultra, man. God damn.
Oh, I know. I've been
Mastermind.
Yeah,
I've been
missing,
causing
man.
all kinds of trouble, man. Trust me.
What's new, man? What's new?
What up, Bo Dizzo?
What's up, man? What's new?
I'll tell you what's new, yeah. I've been causing all kinds of
That's
problems on
not
the
new, brother.
American scene. No,
That's
on the
not new.
American scene. On the American scene, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like
NATO scene or just American scene?
no, just Americans that basically, yeah. I've got this running joke with Lady Divine where I tell her to shut her mouth, right, and be silent because I'm quoting First Corinthians, yeah, from the Bible. So I was in an American app, yeah, and some girl was talking, and then they brought me, and they're like, "Ultra, you got something to say?" I was like, "Yeah." All the women in this room should just be silent, like when the man is
Oh,
talking.
that ain't gonna work with them.
Oh man, it
That is
didn't go
not.
well.
Oh
Oh shit! Hey, American girls are something else. If first of all they dashed me back into the audience, yeah. So me being a belligerent prick, I put my hand back up. They brought me back up, and then they said after they finished screaming and shouting and hollering, they said, "Ultra, have you got something to say?" I was like, "Yeah." You should all be silent.
yeah. That's not
it,
gonna. I'm gonna tell you.
it
I
did
think
it.
y'all got it a little easier though with these women
Oh,
in the UK.
mm,
You're not ready for an African American female. You're not ready for ADOS
yeah.
woman's
Do you know what's funny?
pressure.
I tell you, the girls over there, man alive, they've got so much energy, and it's so early over there. No, so late. It's late over there,
Yeah, it's late.
and they're behaving like it's midday. Like just the energy, like is crazy. And I'm there laughing my ass off, like streaming tears down my face. And I went back up again, and I literally said, "Look, I don't want any of you to be silent. Not at this point, because you said too much." And they dashed me again. Dash me again. So 90 for Wagwan. No need for what? God.
Nah, Anita was just thinking about the trajectory of
Hmm.
y'all in the UK and where do she see it going?
To be honest with
No,
you,
it's quite like again. Otep asked the question, which I think is it's a good question still, and it'll be interesting to hear a different person's perspectives in it. So, what do you think, Ultra? Because Ultra's a very optimistic person generally, although he does say that he doesn't know what's happening to his species. But what do you think about the trajectory for ourselves in England, Ultra? I'm gone
Ultra say
again.
no. Ultra said no comment.
All right, let me go because it's interesting to say that because like boom, I've got a youth now who's actually transitioning. Do you know what I'm saying to you and going into big, you know what I mean, big boy arenas as it were. And so right now I'm super gassed. Do you know what I mean? Super confident, this, that, and the other. Do you know what I'm saying to you, bro? Because I know his abilities. I know where I'm sending him. You understand? If it all, you know, all things being equal, this, that, and the other. So I think, apart from COVID, this, that, and the other, racism, this, that, and the other, in group fighting, this, that, and the other.
Single
I,
mothers, single mothers, this, that, and the other.
yeah, okay. I mean, you can put that in there if you wish. I don't know
Is
if
is is that a thing? I know in America that's a thing. Is that a thing in the UK?
you see, there are obviously single mothers in the UK. I'm not sure how much of an impact it has. I'm not saying it doesn't, but I'm not sure because, like, to my knowledge, even single mothers is not necessarily a new thing. You know what I'm saying to you? When I come up, there were single mothers, and those children came up very fine. Thank you very much. You know what I mean? And all, you know what I mean? Actually went on to have successful lives, this, that, and the other. So I don't know if it's just about single mothers, both. You know what I mean? Even in that respect. Because even when I was talking to you before, yeah, you know, I was saying to you about how, like, seemingly certain things have changed where, you know, I mean, a lot of sort of Nigerians or Africans or madness is this, that, and the other, yeah. And invariably, like I was saying to you before, innit, they're coming up in like two-parent households, this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? Many of them coming up with like with a strong religious belief, whether it be Islamic or Christian, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you? But they're still falling into the same potholes, if you want to say that. So I just fucking forgot what I was talking about now, bro. What did you say to make me
Just
say that?
the trajectory
Oh, the single
and
mother
the
thing in
effect.
it. The
Right.
single mother thing in it. So yeah, I'm not sure how much of an effect that has. I'm not saying that it doesn't have some sort of effect, Bo. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's the most significant thing as to why certain youths are not really going true. To be honest, obviously we know about lack of father figure that's been spoken about, but I think it's more than that. To be honest, I think it's more than that myself because
Natty say it's all y'all all good in the UK. Please and thanks. I don't know what that means. Please and thanks. That sound
well,
a
yeah,
little
I'm saying
suspect.
that's what I'm saying though. In compared to yourselves in America, I don't think that it is that sort of issue. You see what
Right.
I'm saying to you? It could be argued,
Right.
you
Right.
know.
Right. No, I'm sure
Um,
it's not. I'm pretty
but that's
sure it's
why
not.
before when you lot will talk about certain things, that's why I put Willie Lynch in the chat because I know there's an argument that it's a fictitious thing, whatever. I don't even care about that. I'm talking about the natural effects of it. You see what I'm
What
saying to you?
what was I talking about? I didn't notice when you put Willie Lynch in the chat.
Oh,
What was you
just
talking
like
about?
when this morning, when you lot were speaking about how maybe certain people don't put other people on, you know what I mean? Or if you do it, it's
Oh,
like some long, you know what I'm saying to you? And when
right,
you
right, right. You got a
to the
brain
other
rest
people,
and
then,
right.
you understand what I'm saying to you? Boom, boom. Which I understand, but again, that's why I put that thing in there because I think the Willie Lynch thing is a very, very, very powerful thing, whether it be
Right.
Like I said, whether you believe it to be true or not, it's definitely something that exists.
Right.
And I'm sure you in America you can definitely see that.
Oh, you ain't got to tell me. You ain't heard half of what I could say as it
No,
relates to America.
I could imagine, man. But you know, I mean, if we were to be honest, just by looking at even certain little shows and that, and obviously now because of social media, everything is exposed, right? Because everyone's talking, everyone, you know what I'm saying to you. So
Right.
right now, everyone's getting to see the innards of everyone, except maybe China, where their shit is restricted, whatever. You get me? But you know what I'm saying to you? The kind of
Right.
things that you can see now is just like, well, you know. So yeah, man, colorism is massive in even in America. Even the white people can sort of deal with, you know what I mean, get onto the colorism and not, you know, it's weird. It's weird, man.
Colorism. Colorism. I'm gonna tell you something, Mike. And you may not like this, right? I don't know. I might get bumped out from somebody in the chat, right? But you know who the number one you know who are the number one black women keep up colorism.
Yeah, of course.
They're the ones that instill it in their daughters, they're the ones that instill it in their sons. They're the ones that keep up colorism. Black
I
men
hear
for the most
you.
part collectively really don't even.
Yeah, but we've also got to accept that these things are downloaded, Bo. You see what I'm saying to you? That's why when a man says that there's no trauma over there, I'm like, you're mad.
No trauma where in America.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
They
You
tripping.
get what I'm saying to you? And I'm saying that all those things are part of the trauma. Yeah. But then to be fair, Bo, there's similar kind of vibrations right here in England. You
Yeah.
see what I'm saying to you? Which I was quite surprised about because I'm hearing my friend them what's going on with their little daughters, and when they're coming home, they want to change their hairstyle and that because you see, you know, because this hairstyle's too you. But I'm like, what? So I was very surprised that those sort of things still are going on in 2021. Yeah.
Oh, you
So
must
when
have
we're
been out the
talking
loop.
about, say that again, man.
I say so. You was out the loop.
Yeah, definitely when it comes to yeah,
What's
because
going on with the youth and just society in 2021?
yeah, I didn't think that the hair thing would still be. I thought that we had sort of moved on from there. Yeah, so definitely in the upper echelon, not the upper echelon, but the older ones. But now it's the younger ones, it seems. That's the more frightening thing. You know what I'm saying to you? So, yeah, man, color, yeah, all these things is real, man.
Right. So
Speak
so
up
how do we
yourself,
get black?
Tash.
So, oh, Tosh done finally showed up. So how do
Yeah,
we get
man.
black
Got,
women to
got,
stop?
got.
So how do we get black women to stop practicing colorism?
It's about, one, it's about education, and two, it's about self esteem. It's mostly about self esteem. But unfortunately, we know the sort of world that we live in, and we live in a world still where white is white and black is whatever. And you know, it go already, man. You know what I mean? I'm seeing, you know, there's one girl that I look at on YouTube and whatever, and I like, she's bleaching, and I'm like, oh, I can't deal with it, man. However, people obviously still feel, sorry, people still feel such a way about their natural skin color where they feel the need to bleach. Now, I
Yeah,
can't understand that.
that's something specific to the UK. That hasn't made it to the US. I doubt it'll make it to the
Are
US.
you mad? What are
Who
you
man?
talking about? I
Listen,
could,
you're not finna see no bleached out people in the
all right,
US.
cool, cool, cool. All
That
right,
doesn't
let
that
me,
doesn't exist here. Yeah,
all
pull it up.
right,
Show me.
all
And
right, all right.
I guarantee they not ADOS. Pull it up.
Now you're moving, hold on, now you're moving the
Oh,
goalpost. Yeah,
listen, nine. You know
so
me, nine.
be
Nine, you know
specific.
me, nine. Nine, you know me, nine. You know I don't even acknowledge immigrants. You know I don't care if you black or not. If you're not ADOS, you know I don't acknowledge you. You know that. You know you're not a part of my tribe.
Foolishness, that man. A foolishness. I
I'm
hear
saying
that something.
this ain't nothing new, nine.
I hear that something, that man. You
You know
get
what
me?
y'all
Yeah.
got going on in y'all community, bleach and all that. That ain't got nothing to do with ADOS. ADOS do not bleach. I stand on that.
Oh, bro, whatever, man. Right, I'm not even gonna go into that. Yo, Tash, what you saying, man? You get me? Because, like I told you, innit, we don't speak ADOS, yeah, and you're not gonna bring it come, so forget that, yeah.
I'm just saying. If we talking about bleaching, we got to be specific about who's bleaching in America.
So, okay, so are you saying that there's no ADOS people that have got low self-esteem and wish themselves to be lighter?
Nah, that
Are
don't
you
exist.
telling me that there's no ADOS people growing up watching, I don't know, Beyonce, I don't know, Shakira, all these other off-key people or whatever, thinking, I want to look like that? And as such, doing whatever they got to do it. Are you saying that you don't believe there's no ADOS people doing that, bub? Hello? Yeah. It's best we just leave that, man, because that doesn't even make any sense, man. You know, because what we do know is that there are definitely going to be ADOS men and women who have got low self-esteem. You know what I mean? And if they keep going by the name ADOS, their self-esteem is not going to rise, is it? Because I believe in world, you know what I mean? Word, sound, and power, innit? And if you're going by the name African descendant of slaves, I don't know, man. I don't know what that's going to do for the energies. All right, Bo's dropped out. I'm not gonna. So Tash, what you saying, man? GT Angster and that. Big up yourself, Cotton. I'll see you, Natty 2 Dread. Big ups, I'll see you. Do you remember Dave Smith saying he killed someone and his mum died? Do you remember that night? He denied he said that. I remember that still. Is that not the truth, or is he part of the fantasist crew? Oh, you know, there's a crew up on these YouTube streets that are just straight out fantasists, man.
Yes, that is so true, Nani. For fucking hell, the fantasists and the ego-driven narcissists, Nani. For I'm tired of it. Tired.
Yeah, I apologize, man.
I was thinking.
It's okay, bro. I accept your apology. Yeah. Sorry, Nan. What are you saying, sis? Sorry, babe.
No, I was just gonna say. I think also, obviously, COVID hasn't probably helped.
Definitely, 100%.
You know what I'm saying?
100%. 100%. I'm gonna make a hard-dough sandwich. You know.
What's gonna be in it?
Lettuce, onions, and chicken slices. Yeah. And then I have to go to spin class because my wife's getting on to me now. So
you're going spinning?
Yeah, Clapham Junction.
What does that mean?
What's that? Fitness first.
Yeah.
What is called?
Spinning is hard, you know.
You talking about like the bike thing?
Bike.
And it,
yeah, that's it. The bike thing. Yeah,
you do that, bro?
Yeah, because cardio is your friend, especially when you've got chest problems.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see you.
Yeah, man. Also, as well, the girls. There's only girls in that class.
Come on, bro. Ain't you a married man, bro? Come on now, bro.
Yeah, but I'm allowed to look. No, I have eyes. If God didn't want me to look, He would not have given me eyes.
Nah, you know, we on the panel of women. You know, I had to do a little simping. No, I had to.
Yeah, I know. I got.
You know, bro, you ain't gotta explain to me, but you know, I still gotta say it though.
I hear you, my brother. Listen, let me make this sandwich real quick. Yeah, man. Yeah, Nifa, like I'm saying, the fantasists, the ego-driven narcissists, the zombified morons. I'm just tired of it. Sometimes it's fun. Sometimes it's fun.
But then it's like, what are you talking about? The G block?
The internet as a whole. But the internet, the G block's kind of where.
Listen, you cultivate your audience, man. You cultivate the community you congregate towards.
Yeah.
On the internet.
No, but do you know what the truth is? That's not entirely true. No.
Yes, it is, man.
That's not entirely
true.
Everywhere
isn't.
The audience has changed.
I
The
don't know.
audience has changed, though, because ask Nanifa, the crowds that we had pre-COVID, during COVID, and today
Okay, and you allow it,
has changed. It's changed.
and you cultivate that audience. You know what I'm saying, by allowing it to fester and welcoming them. You could easily bun them out and be done with it. You know what I'm saying, and cultivate a whole different audience. You know what I mean?
No, that's a good point. The problem is, like, the
The
one
problem
thing
is
nobody can say
the
about
problem is
G-Block
you enjoy
is
it.
that it's not an echo chamber.
The problem
That's the
is you
problem.
enjoy it.
Show me one channel apart from 90, of course. That's not an echo chamber, and that's
Okay,
the problem.
I wouldn't tell you because I wouldn't want you coming over there.
Fair enough. If you don't want,
But they exist.
if you don't want panelists that can add to conversations and are not ego-driven narcissists or zombified morons or fantasists, then that's up to you, sir.
Right.
And I shan't hold it against you. I shall not. But we got yourself, man. But who we got on the panel? We've got Tash. Oh God, we've got Tash. Oh no. Oh no, we've got Tash. Oh no. Tash is on the bloody call.
Why are you waiting?
Oh, such a troublemaker, you know.
Yeah, I'm waiting for someone to pick up the call. I'm
Right.
on hold, so yeah.
Okay, who is it? I bet it's Virgin, man, or Vodafone, fucking pricks.
Do not ask. Do not ask. But,
yeah, it's definitely Vodafone. They are wankers.
Yeah, I was just gonna say though, regarding the bleaching. Sorry, I was gonna say.
Yeah, don't bleach, Tash.
Yeah, that would.
Oh, that's where we left off at. I was trying to think of what I was saying before I left.
Yeah, I do think there are skin lightening stuff taking place for the ADOS folk, unfortunately. But
Well, the levels. So you may have women who use skin lighteners to even out their skin tones or whatever, right? But it's still a natural look. That the bleaching look, what we talking about doesn't list though. Where you
you're
wouldn't
thinking
consider them
about
as
the
bleachers. We're
bleachers that
talking
don't have
about
enough
what
money.
exists in Jamaica, what exists in Africa, what
Okay.
exists in the Caribbean. That
Or
doesn't exist
India,
there.
where it's from. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, maybe some of them don't have the money,
So
but
you
I
get
wouldn't.
you got
I
ADOS
wouldn't.
women that go to the dermatologist and get real procedures done, to even out their skin tone and
I
maybe
don't know.
lighten.
I'd
I'm
say
telling
Beyonce.
you,
No,
I'm
but
telling you, there's
Beyonce
no
didn't.
cake soap in the ADOS women don't use
Did
cake
you
soap.
just say cake? Where
Just
do
so
you
we
know
clear.
about cake? So listen,
Just so we
Bo,
clear.
right? Beyonce went down a few shades. Come on, let's not pretend.
Okay,
Let's
well,
not pretend. And I could name a few others, but
you
it's
might be.
Oh, Tash, stick it on him, Tash. Stick it on him.
no. I'm
Go
talking
get him.
about Bo, like me and
Nah,
Bo, like in
because I'm
terms of
telling you,
like.
Tosh, be careful going down that route. Because listen, you don't want me to start pointing out the differences. So let's just leave it alone. ADOS women, they may do skin lightening procedures, but there's no
You want to leave
bleach.
it, see, because
Let's
I'm
just
telling
leave it
you,
at that. No, I'm telling y'all
we've got an epidemic amongst Black people globally, with this colorism issue. It's something we shouldn't ignore. And if we say, okay, our community doesn't have it because we're hiding it
I
better.
never said that though. I never said that.
So what are you saying then?
No, I said that women are in control of that. They're the ones that perpetuate it. They're the ones that obsess over the colorism issue, over color period, over the texture of someone's hair, over
Okay.
that's something that women
That's
are
a lie,
in
man.
control.
That's a lie.
Listen,
That's a lie, bro.
What are you
Because you're
saying,
making
Mike?
it this stuff. You're making it this a woman thing. Now you're being silly.
it is for the most part. I
No,
believe
no, no,
The
no,
men,
no, no,
in the
no.
you saying
men,
the men don't
yeah,
enjoy the straightening of the. You're saying that they're not interested in that. They're interested in the natural look.
not necessarily they're interested in the natural look, right? But they're interested in what their environment conditions them to, right? So a man is really making decisions about women really off of proximity. You know what I'm saying? He getting what's in his reach, his realm. was his mother was reflective of what he grew up around and women around him or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right. But those women he grew up with.
Uh-oh. I ain't gonna say nothing. Talking about skin. Oh, I ain't even gonna say it. We're not gonna talk
I'm
no
gonna
controversy.
let her take over. I'm
Done.
gonna let her take over. Speak up, look up.
Uh-oh. Public enemy number one.
Grand Rising family.
Bless.
Who is that?
Hey.
Yes, Queen Kushti, big up yourself, sis.
Oh,
Bless
Christy, what on, man?
Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil.
Welcome, brother.
You alright?
Yeah, you?
Boy, I've been better, but let's not make this about me. How are you?
I'm a little bit under the weather as well, but I'm good.
Oh, no. You don't use cake soap, do you?
Of course I don't. I love my
Well,
medicine.
that's what I'm saying. Then carry on, sister. Let's go.
I was in and out. So what's the convo? Is convo on skin bleaching?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
No, it wasn't really
Unfortunately.
about bleaching per se, but just women being like the main people that keep the whole colorism thing alive.
Oh, okay. I'm not too sure about that. I think it's more equal, is my opinion. I don't think it's mainly women, but I hear where you're coming from. I hear where you're coming from. Regardless, it's just pointless doing it, to be honest.
100%.
And it doesn't even
100%.
look good. You can tell it a
It
mile away,
doesn't.
and the
Looks
effect is
disgusting.
just it looks
It
disgusting.
looks like
So
they've had like 8 years of chemotherapy, man.
Well, that's something different though. That's something that's specific to the Caribbean. But just the whole issue of colorism alone, I
Listen,
think
listen,
that's a
listen,
global
listen,
issue
listen,
though.
listen, 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 listen,
bro,
listen,
and he's
listen.
already taking
You're
shots.
not that slick, boo.
Hold
Yeah.
on. Hey, listen.
Okay.
If we,
So
it's
listen,
a little too
listen,
early for that where
listen,
I'm at,
listen,
right?
listen, listen.
So I'm gonna either say
Stop
what I
all
want to
this.
say, or I'm gonna just leave. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh,
it's
well,
too
listen,
early for
Richard.
all that.
All right, all
Leave
right,
it,
all
Now,
right,
man.
bye.
all
All
right.
that
Right.
Let's wrap it.
I
feminine shit,
feel y'all,
man.
man. Y'all be cool, man. It's too late anyway. I've been on this shit too.
All right, Bo, relax. Where you off to?
Oh,
Idiot.
my.
Oh, he's off. He's off. You can put it on the Caribbean if he wants. It's up to him.
No, that's idiotic, man. And then you hear him trying to say that ADOS do dermatology. What did he call it? What did dermatology exercise or procedures or something? You know what I mean? Like ADOS have got the money and the ghetto people are just using cakes. So move and go, boy. Idiot thing, that man. Seriously, man, idiot thing. But he thinks he's coming to stoke up something. But at the end of the day,
Let me get him back. Hold on, he'll be back in a minute. But no, it
I'm gonna go
can't work.
sleep, man.
Can't work. It can't work. Reality is, India were the first ones to start it off, and it's spread to everybody. No one's free from it. So I don't know where he's going with that, but
That's actually a fact, though.
I don't
That's
even
actually
know.
a fact. But I don't know. I'm just surprised when I hear people are still bleaching like now. It's just a matters. It's so obvious, the knuckles, but like what Cotton said in the chat site, they've got some new ways of doing it, like internal injections and the bar thing that Sosa was telling us about before. It's a madness, and that was all from the US. So I don't know what Bo's talking about, really.
Exactly.
One thing I will say that I think when he talks about when he mentions women, I think his outlook is the sole responsibility of the woman with this whole colorism thing. He holds it down to the women have the opportunity or the choice to, lighten their skin and what have you. But he has to look at it more in a rounded kind of thing in terms of like, we need our men to be clear that you don't need to be doing that. I think that's where you guys are coming from. So yeah. I don't know.
Exactly. That's my because when you hear a man them say, "Oh, they want this and these, this," you know what I mean? Black mixed with this, you know what I'm saying to you? So
Yeah.
you know that there's a vibration where the purity of mentally, you know what I mean? Ain't what enough of their want. So we should absolutely very fast, man. Becky with the good hair and all of them shits there. Huh? So
Yeah.
of course it's being perpetuated by men also, man.
Yeah. He's about the natural thing. Bo stands alone on that to a certain extent compared to a lot of men out there. So I think for him, he's just seeing it from his perspective to a certain extent as well. But I don't know.
Yeah, shout out for the naturals, man.
Yeah, man. All day.
Don't you think, Tash, that that's part of the problem is that we are reluctant to see things from other people's perspectives? Because I think that's where conversations break down.
I'd say, that tends to be the trigger. But I think both doesn't
Ultra,
tend
the
to be that way
scrape
in
here
turn,
now.
Ultra.
Oh shit! Sorry, I'm sharpening the knife. Sorry.
What are you
Alright,
sharpening the knife for so early in the morning, Ultra?
I got shit to do, right? There's food that needs to be cooked and prepared. Nah, I'm a gun in this blood clot, listen. Hey, you see women, yeah? Because women historically have been like in the kitchen, historically. Like there's this myth that women are the best in the kitchen. It's not the case. It's not the case. I'm sorry, ladies. You're going under the bus. Men, when we put it down in the kitchen, it's a problem. Trust me.
Some of the best fried fish I've ever had is from men. I can't lie.
Yeah, I've definitely always said man hand is the best hand, man. I got no problem with that.
No problem at all. Go in the kitchen, yes.
And generally, man, them season that little bit heavier. But yeah, I don't know about that though, Ultra, because I mean, in Jamaica, man, them cook regular standard procedure, man. So yeah, I love it. So I don't know. I think that's more of a European type of vibration that men don't really cook in that. Because even in Asia and whatever, man, them cook. I know. Did you ever see this guy on YouTube called Grandpa's Kitchen? Ultra.
Fucking hell,
Yeah.
man. I was talking to you the whole time and I was on mute. I was on mute. No, I haven't seen Grandpa's Kitchen. Talk to me.
Oh no, it was this guy. I think he was either in India or somewhere like that, and he used to just cook massive amounts of food. I think he used to feed the local orphanages. You know what I mean? But I've never, when I say massive, let me see if I can bring up something to show you, man. Yeah, interesting. Grandpa's Kitchen. He died, unfortunately.
Do you know what, man? Do you know who else died? The man who invented my favorite drink, the porn star martini. He died.
Rest in peace, all those that have even passed in the in this last week, man. Because
Yeah, man.
there's been
It's
a
all
lot.
mad. This is the thing. Pure people just passing and boy.
Yeah, man.
Boy.
Trust me, it's been a lot.
Boy.
It not done yet. So let me ask you a quick question. Yeah, once again, big up to everyone in the chat still. You know what I mean? If you're new here, you know what I mean? Welcome to 9E for show. You know I go already. Like, share, subscribe, all that good stuff. But couple things I was going to ask you. One, and Bo did pose a question before he started going on silly, and I would like to get your take on it. And the question was how you think the trajectory for us is in the UK.
It depends on what you mean by. It depends on what you mean by us. Depends on what you mean by trajectory. Like, be more specific with the question.
I think he's basically was sort of asking. You know, what I mean, how does the future look for the family?
Well, I won't lie to you,
UK?
Nanifa. If I look at my own personal circumstances, minus a little health blip that I've had, like in terms of trajectory, financially, it's looking good because my boy is doing really well. My 14-year-old is taking GCSEs early, and so the future looks bright. So because of my offspring, I'm giving you a superior athlete and physical specimen, and I'm giving you a beautiful lady with her brain fully intact and she's well balanced. And I'm leaving that to the world. I've also got 2 younger kids, but the 1-year-old little girl, she's already got an attitude, so that's worrying. My 4-year-old's really chill like his dad, so yeah. So I'm leaving you with 4 great human beings. So in that respect, the future looks bright. The problem is I can't vouch for anyone else. And there are issues in specifically the Black community in terms of broken homes. Yeah, that for me is a problem. Also, income inequality is also another problem. Also, I think the lack of foresight is a problem. Also, and the inability to
What's your
deal with
ultra?
yeah, yeah.
Hey,
I'm telling you, listen, I'm a man for
okay,
all seasons.
ultra.
You
So
know,
these
I'm a man for all
conversations
seasons.
come. Okay,
Yeah,
do your thing, do your
yeah,
thing, do your thing.
yeah. And
So let's
I think yeah. Go ahead.
you
Sorry,
mentioned
go on.
a couple of things there. So let's try and go through a couple of them, because Bo spoke about single parent families. You understand
Yeah,
being a
yeah.
problem.
That is an issue.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
that's
in
it.
England, and then obviously I heard you talk about family breakdown or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, so let's have a little talk about that in terms of the family breakdown.
Hmm.
So when you say that, are you talking about like he was suggesting the amount of single parent families,
And to
or are
be
you just
honest with you, like, yeah, no,
mm,
because this is the thing, right? Single parent families can work depending on the support network that you've got around you,
I
right? So this
agree, because
myth
like I
about
said to
this,
Bo,
yeah,
when I was coming up,
mm, mm,
there were single parent families, but they all done
mm.
all right, thank you very much. And it's not like the mother
Yeah,
couldn't manage
exactly,
them, or they were
exactly,
disrespecting and with them thing like that. These mothers had
exactly.
these youths properly in
Mm.
check. You know what I
Well,
mean?
nine. This is the
Arguably
thing. I remember
more.
you left your house, yeah, and if you dared fuck around, if you dared answer back, or even the neighbors, it was a problem. But and now this is the thing
Facts,
I've had to realize. We,
facts,
you and I, we grew up in a different time. The time in which that we grew is now
facts.
gone. Things have
This is a
changed,
fact.
attitudes have changed, and like we need to adapt because we can appeal to the past as morally and ethically superior, which in my opinion it was. But the people of today ain't trying to hear that. The only thing that they know is what they're currently living. And if they're living some fuckery where, like, and this is another thing, I'm only realizing now that abuse is so widespread and so rampant, not just in our community, in every community. Nine, I was on, the app I'm talking about, and
Mm.
I was listening to women just say that the minefield that they've had to navigate through and sometimes failed in terms of them being exploited, assaulted. It's it's sad and it's sick that unless you speak to these people, um, we'll never know. And that's the one good thing about. Sorry, that's one of the good things about today, where sexual abuse was taboo back then and nobody spoke about it. That now, thankfully, has changed. So it's a lot more difficult now to keep that type of shit under the radar. Hold on, let's cut this in half for the little girl. Um, but hold on 1 second. So, 1 second. Yeah, yeah. So even though times have changed, it's not all necessarily for the worst. Just give me 1 second. Hey, babe. You okay? All right. Get that down. Huh? Yeah. It's nice. Just try it. Jesus Christ. What a princess. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, man. Yeah.
Yeah,
What was
I
I
mean,
saying?
I can definitely concur with what you're saying in that respect.
Mm.
ultra in terms of the abuse, etc. And again, I agree with you that it's not specific, to one community or
No,
culture or
no, no, no.
whatever,
That's
and that
widespread, right?
different cultures have dressed it up in a different way. You get me? And it could be argued
That's it.
some have legalized certain vibrations, this, that, and the other. Yeah, but
Yeah.
I agree because I've been watching, like I said, some podcasts and whatever, some gal them and whatever. You see what I'm saying to you? And yeah, there's definitely certain little common themes. We know that, especially in our community, it's a thing where things go on and nothing is said. You get
Yes,
me? And
very
I
much.
think that is still happening, but like you said, some people are now coming out and talking out certain things, and big up to them girls still. You get me?
Yeah.
Although I always
Yeah.
said, if I was one of them women, I'm chatting. No one can't stop me from chatting. I've always.
But again, Nanifa, I think that's because of the environment in which you grew. And this is the
Yes.
thing, yeah. If
Yes.
you and I grew up in an environment where we had both parents or one parent, but a great support network, a great family, and we weren't sexually abused.
None of that.
Like we looking at it like we essentially, I don't want to use this word, but we're from what I'm learning, I feel like we are privileged. And I don't, that word's been ruined for me. But 95, I'm telling you, the rampant sexual abuse that has happened in so many communities, the neglect that children feel like they're experiencing, the lack of encouragement, the lack of prospects or perceived prospects, and then internalizing like societal critiques. It's a recipe for disaster. And then factor in things like alcoholism, drug addiction, mental health. Listen, it ain't easy out here, It ain't easy out here. So when people are fucking around, a certain part of me is like, you know what? I get it. But the myth of single parent households being an absolute failure is ridiculous.
Yes, and I definitely wanted to highlight that, man, because like I'm saying, obviously it is definitely better for a child to come up in a functional two-parent family in it, because you can have a two-parent family that they're dysfunctional, which is worse than being in a functional one-parent family. You see what I'm saying to you? So it's all about the levels in it and the permutations of the team set. You get me? But at this point, what I would definitely want to add to that then, in terms of the abuse, and these things, is that as women, women need to be very, very, I mean, men as well, but as women, I just definitely got to say, you got to be very careful as to who and what you bring into your households. You know what I'm saying to you? Whether you got a boy or a girl. But yeah, definitely we're going to highlight girls. You know what I'm saying to you? But I know that some women, they're too easy to bring people into their house where they got children, man. It's just, it's a little bit mad. And for what reason? Just to get some cocky or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm saying there's a lot of abuse that goes on. It could be fucking avoided if certain women just, had a little bit more about themselves. Yeah? Or when a young person is telling a mother something and the mother would rather believe the geezer, you see what I'm saying to you, than your own child. And I know I've heard of them sort of situations, which it's just unbearable. It's just disgusting.
A story popped up on my YouTube where this girl, she was smashing up her daughter because the boyfriend wanted to have sex with her, and the daughter was always coming in and out and crying. So they was busting up the daughter, and the daughter died. Yeah, and when they done the autopsy, it said the damage that this little girl, she's about 5 or 4, the damage that she had received was akin to being hit by a car at 40 miles an hour.
Listen, man.
Just think about that for like a second. And this is what I mean, Nanifa. This is the thing. Even when I think about it, these things used to probably happen back in the day, but we didn't hear about it because everything is brushed under the carpet. Whereas now we will hear about it because people will report it because we know better now. That some of us are just fucked up, man. Like, I mean, it, yeah, it's mad. But in relation to the trajectory, I think those of us that know better can do better. And I think, but the problem is there's so many of us languishing in squalid conditions, um, subject to mental health that's undiagnosed, battling addiction.
Now that's another thing that has to be the mental health issue. Yeah, that's a next thing again. You understand me? And when the Conservatives removed certain shit and put in this care in the community business, we can see the ramifications on that. We can even see the ramifications of that here online. You understand what I'm saying to you? Because there's definitely people online that should be either being medicated or something. You get me? But because these services are no longer available, yeah, we know that there's people self-medicating this, that, and the other, which can cause all other sorts of effects. Yeah. But
that's a fact.
And this is what I'm saying, this is what I'm saying. Listen, to live in England and survive and go, you have to be strong. It ain't no joking. They don't call it Babylon for no reason, you know. You know what I mean? On the surface, obviously, it could be argued things look sweet, things look nice. Yeah. But yeah, man, in terms of people's head, yeah, man, I agree with you. That's why again I have to big up the Windrush bedroom. Because remember, they come in the height of nonsense and were able to get through. You know what I mean? And lay down certain foundations, this, that, and the other. And then you got some of us now where, you know, and boy, people are struggle, man. People are struggle, man. But yeah, man, the mental health thing. And that's what I'm saying. That's the next thing, you know, because we also have to remember that this is not our natural environment. Yeah. And I think some of us just react badly to not being in our natural environment. What do you think to that? Or do you think that's a bit too wishy-washy? You know what I mean? Some of us may...
I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. I think I understand what you mean. But Margie, water? All right. I understand what you mean, but here's the problem. Essentially, if you've grown up in the UK, this kind of is your quote-unquote natural environment. It's just not optimal for you. Do you see what I'm saying? So, like, for instance, I'm like vitamin D. My doctor's telling me that most black people or melanated folk in the UK are struggling to keep up with vitamin D. Here, Margie. There you go. Good boy. Yeah,
exactly, Ultra. And then what I just want to add to that, babe, is that something as simple as that, that's what I was saying before, could have different and varying effects on different people. You see what I'm saying to you? Because you cannot underestimate just that little bit of vitamin D that we need. Because it's about having our body in a way, in a sort of balanced way, innit? But go on anyway, I interrupted you. My bad, sorry.
No. Oh, we'll just use something else. We can watch anime in a minute as well. Let me just finish this. Yeah. What do you want, Baba? Oh, man, you forget.
Yeah, man, do your thing, man. Do your thing. Because also, what I would add to that is like, certainly back in the day, yeah, a lot of black people were basically deemed mental or schizophrenic, this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying to you? And that's because many of them were, as far as I'm concerned, they were just far more heightened spiritually, just in terms of vibrations. You know what I mean? Now, people may not, but it might be a bit too early for this. But let me ask a question first. Tash, Kushti, you there? All right. Let me ask the chat then. Do you think that there's people that have got heightened senses where they can either see things that others can't see or hear things that others can't hear? What do you not think to that?
What do you mean, like see Duppy? No, I'm joking.
Yeah, all of that. If you want to put that into the equation, all of that.
I think back in the day, a lot of us had like elders who would say that they had that extra touch or things
Mm,
like that.
mm. I'm gonna say no,
Okay.
man. My answer is no.
Okay.
Straight up to them, no. I reject all appeals to the supernatural. It's a nonsense. However, can I explain what these people think that they're seeing? No. But I mean, with time, you'll probably be able to figure out that it's actually probably a misfiring of the brain or misconception or something to that effect. Yeah.
All
But
right. Fair
if
enough.
you
Fair
say
enough.
when you say hear, there are some people who have better hearing than others. Like for instance, my wife's hearing is like similar to a fucking spying device. Because I could be in another room and she'll hear what the fuck I'm talking about somehow. So yeah, there's that kind of thing. But if you're talking about like clairvoyancy and like you know that kind of thing, then no, no, no.
Okay.
I
So
think
let me
some
ask you.
people's intuition and things like that are quite strong, though.
Intuition. I know the definition of intuition, but what do you mean when you say that? Do you mean like
Oh,
I've got a feeling that whatever Ultra's about to cook up is going to taste wicked? That type of thing.
yeah. And I think I'd be right in that, right, Ultra?
Yeah, 100%, 100%. But here's the thing now. There's evidence for that. You see what I'm saying? So it's unlikely that anything I put my hands on is going to taste bad. It's unlikely. So for you to even think, yeah, the next thing Ultra cooks up is going to be a Mazza, that's a justifiable belief. Do you know what I mean? So, but the seeing ghosts and duppy and all this fuckery, man. Listen, people need to stop them foolishness now.
I think there's ranges. I think there's when people say they see Duppy and they can tell people's fortunes. There's a range to it. That's probably on the further end, and then there's like intuition and heightened sense of feelings, and I don't know. That's just my view.
Yeah, I hear you. That's how I used to think, and then I thought, wait a minute, is there any evidence that anybody can do any of the shit that they claim? And I'm yet to see it. I'm open to it, but
When you're thinking about someone and they just happen to come, or
yeah,
people have back in the day, your elders will have dreams about this or fishes or whatever, or they'll have a sense of feeling that something bad vibes are gonna come, and there's just a lot of
but that's word sound power, babe. That's word sound power. If you're in your mind, you have a dream and it's really poignant and it's stuck in your mind and it had an effect on you, you're gonna be now in your mind. You're gonna be like, right, I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for this thing to happen now. I've had the dream, and obviously, dreams that I have can in no way be misinterpreted or misunderstood, or could just mean nothing but a dream. But now, because I've had the dream about the negative thing, I'm going to sit there and wait for it to happen. That's how, and then when said negative thing happened, they're going to be like, "Oh, see, that's what the dream was waiting. What I was waiting for. That's what the dream meant." And like the whole time, if you did just like think, no, it was just a dream. I'm going to get on with my life in a positive manner, not worry about stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But if you're sitting there waiting for some bad shit to happen, guess what? It's life, babe. Like nobody goes through life without some fucked up shit happening. Nobody's free from it. You know what? As a human being, there is no way you can get through life without some shit happening. It's just for some people it happens more frequently to others. That's it. The frequency in which fucked up shit happens. That's the only difference. We can't. There's like most of the time when you speak to people, the only part of their life that they're giving you information on is the highlight reel. Like, for instance, when me and my wife and the kids go out to somebody's house or go to an establishment, when we rock up there, we look like a nice, clean, wonderful family. But you didn't see the fucking effort and sweat and toil that my wife had to put in to do the little girl's hair and my 14-year-old's hair. And the running around trying to change nappies and mum, where's my socks? And I can't find them. Where? Listen, it's madness. It's madness. And people need to just get real, Carl. It's long. Trust me. Trust me.
So you said you don't believe in supernatural whatever, yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
So at 9, I need to sharpen my blade. Just I'm gonna go on mute, but yes, I don't believe God.
And I say that, and I know that you've had 4 wonderful children and this and that. Do you not consider that to be supernatural? Well,
nope, that is all totally within the realms of nature. No, that nothing supernatural about born children. It's a super thing to have happen, but it's not supernatural.
What about what do you think about the fact that if a woman doesn't have her menstrual cycle, this, that, and the other, yeah, and that if the sperm doesn't meet the egg at a particular time, this, that, and the other, do you think that's just all natural?
Yeah.
So what? So all right, then let's think about that. The woman's menstruation thing, yeah.
Okay.
How in your sort of atheist mind or whatever, how do you think that sort of
funny.
No, I'm not even being disrespectful, but how do you think that all comes together like that? Just
I have no idea. I have no idea, man.
So you just think it's a random wonderment, though, in whatever instance what it may be.
I don't think it's random. I think out of the millions of sperm ejected, the one that reached the egg, that's random. But biology, inception, insemination, procreating is all natural. Things for other things. That's it.
Okay, so you see me, because I just think it's just more than, I just think it's an absolute wonderment.
Oh, so do I. Don't get twisted. Don't get twisted. I'm not downplaying the significance of bearing children, and specifically how the woman's body is able to change in order to facilitate life. In fact, that is one of the wonders of the world. But I still don't think it's supernatural. It's something that is indeed super, but it is still within the realms of nature. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Nature. So again, nature, do you believe nature just to be another sort of random thing that's sort of come into place? Because you don't believe that there's any sort of powers behind these things, innit? Your thing is just, it just came about and...
No, to be honest with you, man, I'm not, even though I'm an atheist, I ain't going to pretend that I've got all the answers. The truth of the matter is I don't. But the problem is, what I'm not going to do is just make shit up just to maybe make atheism look good. No. I just don't have the answers. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't have the answers.
I hear that, man.
But that's it for me. I don't have the answers, but what I'm not... Oh, it was nice. You liked it. All right, we'll make some apple juice in there.
There's apple juice.
Yeah. Say hello.
Hi.
Good. Thank you.
Grand risings. Big up.
Everyone say grand risings, darling.
Because what I was going to say, even regarding... it's interesting. So you don't think that there's any ancestors that... Okay, so you don't believe in spirits and all these things anyway, do you, Ulch?
No, man. But do I revere my ancestors? Yes, of course. Because man, let me tell you, if you're living an existence that is not shit, right? You have to be grateful. Now, what I'm not gonna do is put that gratefulness, is that the word? I'm not gonna be grateful to some sort of imaginary deity. What I will do is appreciate the fact that my ancestors before me have gone through the toil to allow me to be here today, and for that I am grateful. Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. But what I can't do is like say that my ancestors' spirits and all this stuff. What I will do is say that I am my ancestors through DNA. through DNA, I am the remnants of my ancestors. Now, I could sit here and say, right, my ancestors are dead now, and that's it, sort of thing. But no, they like whatever they went through. And let's be honest, man, I don't think we could ever understand what it was to be our ancestors, because like even as little as 100 years ago, let alone thousands, the fuckery that's documented. I I don't think I don't think we could, like us today with the internet and 75-inch TVs and Xboxes and cars and like fucking internet shopping, and I don't think we could ever understand or appreciate really the fuckery that the giants whose shoulders upon which we stand have lived. No, brother, that's sugar. No, 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 you can't have that. Which one do you want? You want an orange? Oh, Shan, help him, please, babe.
Orange.
Yeah, I don't think, I don't think we could ever truly. Well, I think it's very difficult to appreciate exactly what has happened in the past for us to be here today, especially if the life you're living ain't shit. Do you know what I'm saying? If you can't live a good life and not appreciate the circumstances that have allowed you to live said life. You see what I mean? Yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah. What do you think? Hmm?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I'm definitely with you. Yeah, I'll big up yourself, Tezza. Long time, long time.
Oh shit, man, not
Definitely.
Tesla, yeah.
Huh?
Oh, go on.
Yeah, big up Tezza. Bless up yourself, man.
Yes.
What I was
What,
saying,
can you hear me?
Ultra. Yeah, we can hear you now still.
What's been happening?
Yeah, man, just chopping it up on this grey Saturday morning. You know what I mean? Bo sort of posed the question and chipped out, but I thought it was quite an interesting question still. So we're just dealing with that, and then anything that jumps off of it. And that the question was what Bo was basically asking is what he thinks the trajectory is for Black people in Britain. That's what I'm saying to you. So,
But that's a
Ultra,
loaded question.
it may be a loaded question. That's why I said it's interesting still, but yeah, I don't mind trying to answer it because from it, it's going to bring different bits and bobs in it as it is doing at the moment. So, because what Ultra was basically saying for him and his, you get me, it's looking rosy, yeah. But then, you know,
At the moment,
the
only
outlet,
at the moment, because shit changes, man. Shit can change on a dime. Do you know what I mean? I
yeah,
could fucking get
yeah, I
into
know, but
heroin or some shit and fuck up my shit. You get me?
yeah,
But
but
then,
we're just gonna keep it simple. Hold
it's
on,
good.
hold on. Let's just keep it simple for the purpose of this conversation. You know what I'm saying? And Ultra is saying for him and his, it's all good, but outside of that, in the north, yeah. And I would definitely say the same thing. You see what I'm saying to you? And like I was saying before, my youth's in a transition whereby, yeah, you know what I mean, he's ready to go and mash up the place. It could be argued if he, you know what I mean, follows the right routes, this, that, and the other. So again, for myself and mine, it's all good. But I guess I could say, like Ultra said, on the outside of that, it could be a whole different situation. You know what I mean? And he was bringing in mental health, abuse,
Yeah.
this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying to you?
And addiction as well. Addiction is important.
Yeah.
But it will still depend on what your personal goals are and what you're aiming for. If you don't have no personal goals, then you're freelancing. But even your personal goals, depending on your environment, as I said, like how COVID has dismantled things. At the same time, if you're focused on your goals, you will receive where the directions you're really actually going. But a lot of people don't plan. They just do.
I agree. And if I'm honest with you, Terry, I'm guilty of that myself. I literally had no plan in life other than to party until I met my wife. Like my plan in life was just, look, education is a myth to me now. I've got a motorbike. and I'm really popular. Life is fine. And then I met the right woman, and then it's like, actually, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Like, what are we doing? Like, what are we doing? And
Well,
that, that, like, that penny drop moment, it's like, actually, what am I doing? What
because
the fuck?
it's the problem is that we're afraid of change. We're always content in the position that we're at, and thinking that that same position will be for for a very long time because it's comfortability.
Yeah,
But the
I
real
agree.
truth is, like, we was all comfortable, and then COVID came and it shattered it.
Yeah,
And
fucking hell.
And this is what we kind of have to realize, that sometimes the way the world works, it creates that change. Things are always going to change. Tomorrow we could be living somewhere like in New York now. There's a big massive flood.
Yeah, the flood's mad. My brethren sent me videos, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, so that it just changes everything. You might have to move. You might have to go to a different area, and that's the same thing with London and Britain. We can be content in what we see now, but something can just come along and change it. But we have to be focused on our path of, okay, this is what I want to do. This is my vision board. I want to have a house. I want to have children. I want to have that form of legacy. If I keep on focusing on that, that's what I'm going to receive.
Exactly. That's what I mean when I was saying to Kushti about the word sign power. Like, if you have a bad dream and then you sit there dwelling on it, that's the type of shit that you're gonna be focusing on. Whereas if you're thinking, right, I had a bad dream, but instead of focusing on it, I'm gonna go and inquire how much I need for a deposit, or I'm gonna go and inquire about a house or a vehicle to start a business or something. And yeah, mindset is important as a and yeah, mindset, man, mindset.
Because you know what? One thing I've noticed, very as something you just said, and I've noticed it a lot. We're too busy focusing on the argument or the situation instead of finding the solution to moving forward.
Facts. That's a fact.
And because we're dwelling, we don't realize time has gone. You might be arguing about this situation about 3-4 days when you could have found thought of a solution days and solved it.
Facts. Right, the chicken is clean.
Big up, Terry.
I do believe I can't agree with you more, Terry. Like, we're always focusing on the fucking argument and no one's coming up with solutions. Do you know what I mean?
No one's got a solution. So how are we moving forward? What is the future holding? What are we creating for the next generation? We don't think about these things because it's we just do and think of now.
I agree.
That's why people are not planning to build their empire. You don't build no empire. Who's gonna, what are you gonna give to your children? Nothing.
And you know what's funny as well, Keza? Again, that's about the mentality and also the people in which you surround yourself with. Because, like, this is what I'm saying. This is why my dad is the most important man to have ever graced the planet, in my opinion. Because he is the guy that has shown me, right, Junior, you have to work from early. He's like, you have to work. And then once you've worked, you need to be able to see the fruits of your labor, right? And he's like, this house is yours. I'm just living in it. And I realized as soon as he said that, I was like, fucking hell, what have I left for my children? Nothing. That's why I started the whole wealth management thing. And I like, love him or hate him, I have to thank Benny for it, because he put me onto a YouTube channel that has got some amazing videos about financial independence, right? And if you start your kids now on a junior ISA or start them on a private pension from now, essentially, your children, by the time they're 50, will have $1 million in the fucking bank. $1 million by putting it in stocks and shares. And I'm saying, if you don't start that early, you're gonna have less. And like I've even sent that information to people that don't even necessarily like me, but because they're young, I'm like, listen, forget what you feel about me. This information is good information. Take that and go on. Take it and go on.
But
Go on.
you know, one thing though, I have to give
Bless
with
up,
the new
bless up,
generation.
Mr. Riggs.
What's
Sorry,
going on, Steve?
what's up? What's up? It's good to hear you on. I just wanted to say quickly, Ultra, send that link in a private chat for that YouTube page you're talking about, please.
I'm gonna do it right now. I'm just washing my hands. 1 second. I'm gonna
I
do it
was
right
about
now.
to give him a little cussing anyway, to be honest, Kushni, but I'm gonna allow him still.
What'd you say, sis?
Nah, so I was gonna give him a little cussing still, but you come in, so I'm gonna allow him, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Ultra, but if you look at the youth today, a lot of the youth are doing things early. A lot of them are passing through university and going through a lot of things early. So they have that head start. But how are they going to utilize it? Who's going to show them how to do it?
Well, Ultra just came up with a solution. He talked about his dad, like responsible elders that are leaders that have got good leadership skills that can guide and direct. That's like essential. And that is something that's missing within this community that I'm in. I see it all the time.
But what we've also got to do though, because hold on a second, because
sorry,
remember,
can you guys hear me though? Because I can hear you, but I don't know if you guys can hear me.
We can hear you.
Hello. Oh, okay. Sorry, I can hear you now. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, what I was gonna say still is that what we also have to remember is that we are now the elders as well. You see what I'm saying to you? So it's also about what information we are gleaning and passing on. You see what I'm saying to you? Because remember, for many of us, the situation that we are in, or the age that we are in now, our parents were already, you know what I mean, parents, flipping mortgage, job. You know what I'm saying to you? So the point I'm making is one, that we are the elders now. So what are we passing on? What information are we gleaning to pass on? Because I think that's also important, man. Amen.
Yeah, you have to construct that. But that's why I said is that if you see the excel of the young youth today, if they can finish university at a young age, and then you're able to pass on your legacy to them, imagine what they can do.
No, absolutely, man. But like we said in it, it definitely comes down to planning, innit? Like you gotta have a plan for your child. You gotta have and like look, Cotton Socks says my son has an ISA account, my daughter will have money in a trust fund. Yeah, those are keywords, trust fund, plus crypto they're gonna have. Lucky bastards. And I agree with that, man. And that's the way we definitely should be moving. You know what I'm saying to you? So big up yourself, Cotton. But what I'm saying is nothing to you them though. They got money, but they don't know what to do with it. All these trappers, all these fucking dickheads, they're earning money, but they don't know what to do with it. And most of them just give it right back to the people that they're taking it from in the first place. So
But
even now, even in
no.
America, you got one second. Even in America, you got enough of them sports stars, you know what I mean, that earn bare corn or whatever, have no financial, what's the word? Literacy, for want of a better word. You know what I mean? And when they're done playing ball, they're all broken, whatever. So I'm saying, as much as anything else, that we still need to learn. Many of us are earning money, but we don't really know how to manage it and make it like work for us. So that's the next thing, you know what I'm saying to you. But go on, Terry.
No, I'm just saying is that you actually got to see the mindset, because their mindset is focused on money, not not what's behind the money or how the money came around. Because if you work hard for money, you use it properly. If you don't really work hard for that money, then you're just going to abuse it.
I think there is that, but I think there's also an element of education as well, though, Tezza.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Because, there's people out here that don't necessarily have to work hard for it, but they know how to make the thing work, innit? So that's what I'm saying.
But if you don't work hard for something, you're gonna get that money and you're gonna spend it anyhow. It's like free money.
You're not gonna really understand the value of it.
You haven't got no value to give that emotional attachment. Where I'm gonna say, you know what, if I worked hard for this money, I'm gonna use that money appropriately.
Oh yeah, I actually know that guy. Ultra
things like that. I used to always like use my son to do like the just to count the stock and then assess the stock with me after, or little things like kids are really interested in things like that. They don't necessarily understand what you're teaching them, but you're instilling a value into them in regards to like financial literacy and work ethic and how commerce works. You know, mummy sells this and then mummy gets money for that, or how much has she sold? When we first counted, we had this and then we had that. It's really based, like, it is quite basic, but obviously fundamentally you're showing them the art of finance and commerce and business. So all of those things kids pick up very, very quickly. I just think we don't give them necessarily the we don't expect it from them, but they can get it very fast. And I think that's why at this point now, the leading people with apps and social medias and doing all these new businesses, a lot of them are young. A lot of them are in their 20s.
100%.
Yeah, because they're getting the knack of it so well. They're seeing an opportunity and they're jumping in quickly and doing well with it. Some of the best people I like to talk to recently has been like quite the young ones that are just in it, and they're just so focused. The focus of some of them is mad as well.
But you see, this is what I was saying is, Cushy, right? If you look at certain things, if you bring up a child to making a child think that you're a money tree, right? Regardless of how they work, their values, are very high. So what happens is, even if they know how to make this money, but that value of pushing that narrative can still be weak, because some of these people, they're good at entrepreneurship, which is fine, but then do they understand that legacy? That's where it gets lost, because it's all about the now.
Yeah, that's true. But at a certain age, I was saying this with Raven, that when I was reading up to a certain age, I think it's like teenager age, they're developed in a lot of stages, but the one thing that they don't have the potential to do is to think forward. They haven't got that grasp. That's why they're always quick to jump into things, and they're so spontaneous, and they've got the energy to do things. They don't necessarily, that part of their brain hasn't developed to think of, okay, what about my retirement? I mean, you get a few, and those few tend to be those who are in an industry of entrepreneurial or successful people who they have seen do that, who they have learned that is the next stage. So yes, you're doing well with your money, but how are you reinvesting it? What is your longevity? They don't have that kind of concept at that age. So they've got that's why they always say the youth is wasted on the young, right? Because they've got all of that energy, and if you get a good one, they're ready to put the work in. But the concept of what about when you're in retirement age, they're not thinking about that. They're just thinking about money, money, money. And this is why, as a community, or having a good structure or base around you is so key. That's why I love to have the youth to keep me going with like what is going on, that energy that I've got to get it now. But then you've got to have those elders that will sit down and be like, okay, what is the longevity? It's key to have both around you.
Yeah, 100%.
That's the combination. That's the combination
100%.
of knowledge and wisdom. You need 100%. Knowledge and wisdom to be successful.
Yeah, I just want to just quickly second that, because I think I was talking to Bo earlier on about this, about the lack of foresight that we have, that our young people have. and saving, budgeting. I've discussed this with him previously, actually, about the fact that foresight is non-existent, but it is existent in other communities. So like we have a duty to make sure we're showing them that they can budget, save, you know, reserve their money, because we are a community that are a spending culture community, and we tend to not spend within our own community group. We spend outside. So that's another thing. Obviously, it's nothing to do with young people, but that's another thing we should look into as well, spending within our own community. So we circulate our money as well, because that's something that we don't tend to do. But another thing I wanted to tap into as well is, we were also discussing earlier on about young people by the age of 9 kind of doing their own thing. And before that age, just it's really important that they have a strong moral code that they can kind of, I don't even know what to say, because I think this is such a big issue for me with the young people that I come across. By the age of 10, some young people from our community do not have that moral code that will get them through the education system, for example. So it's about challenging that from the get, you know, from 2, 3, making sure that they have those standards and they hold those standards dear. Every family home should really work on this. Yeah, I'm not trying to put a down or anything. I just wanted to just kind of give my 1, 2, 3 points.
I think there is something about having your own form of structure, because I feel like when you're from, I don't know, nursery to primary to secondary school, you're expected in at a certain time. The bell tells you when to eat. The bell tells you what you're studying. And then from college to uni, it's really just a flip. There's no ushering into that. So like the kid has been used to just being told, and this mandatory kind of robotic way of doing things and studying. And then when they turn 16, 17, it's just like, yeah, go to college, and you know, you can have a class in the morning and 4 hours later you can have another class, or do you know what I mean? And then that is about self-responsibility and being able to structure yourself by yourself, because if you ain't showing up, no one really cares. You just fail. And then once you pass that stage, you've got life. So if you don't get up and go for work, or if you don't look up for a job, or if you don't start your business and commit to it, then you'll just fail. And I think that is what we need to keep, the structure within our children independently, where they still have that motivation, that drive to keep it going. Because that's what I find when I look at a lot of this system. They say that they teach you to be workers, and they do. But at the same time, once that kind of period is gone from secondary school, it's like you're on your own. And I feel that a lot of kids struggle with that kind of stage.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. The thing is, it's achievable, but I think it's that kind of coming together, everybody grouping together, supporting one another. You know,
having a plan as well. Like if you have a plan, then you've got something to reach for. That's why I'm always trying to put little subliminal messages into my son, like, you know, what is your interest? Because we all know whatever you're interested in, it's more easier to work towards. So the exposure is
your passion.
Yeah, and that's why I feel that those kids in private schools, they do so well, because it's not just the simple English, math, science. They get exposed to a long range of things.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people within our community, like, let's take something easy like the music industry. I think a lot of people in our community, they might just think, okay, the only thing in music is just to be the person in front of the mic or doing the beats. Whereas other people will get exposed to the sound engineering or the technical side or the marketing side. And there's so much of a variety within that music that you're interested that you could go into. This is just an example, right? So I feel that we need to start exposing our children to a lot more.
No, but Christy, I disagree with. No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
One second,
I don't disagree.
One second. Big up EIE. I hope you love your product, brother. Thank you for supporting my business.
What
He just said
product?
he made an order and he got his product.
Oh, put the link in the back chat for me, please.
I will do, bro.
Yeah, but I was saying, Kushti, I don't disagree with you. However, my children have not been private school. However, where the shortfall was, we paid for extracurricular. Like, for
Oh no,
instance,
I agree, Ultra. I'm not saying that just
yeah,
because you have to be. I'm just saying what I've noticed the difference is, but a lot of us are picking
mm,
it up now, is the exposure. So
mm,
like you said, although you notice that okay, my child's not getting this exposure in a mainstream school, because I understand that. But what you said is,
mm,
okay, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to step in and I'm going to give that
mm,
child that exposure. So I'm going to invest in extra activities. Like you
mm,
said, that's what I do with my child. So like the
mm.
amount of stuff that and it's expensive, right? But you're doing it.
Yes.
It's
Oh my God,
it's mad expensive, but it's an investment. When I look
it
how
is.
much
That's the thing.
things,
I
it
agree.
is an investment. It's an investment for them to know about their
Mm,
horizons, their potential, what they like.
mm.
And I think
And
that's
not
what's
even that. This is the thing as well, Christy. It's not even just that. You're exposing them to other people who also are invested in extracurricular. And
exactly.
even though it's difficult and it's painful to hear, if you're leaving your child's education up to the state and expecting them to succeed just from that, it's an uphill climb. So if you're,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Absolutely. They're
I'm,
just
yeah,
babysitters, to be honest with you nowadays, unfortunately. There's 30 kids in a class at sometimes in some classes. You know, to expect one individual to be able to invest time and not just want to get the basics of adding and science and the basics. You know, you're expecting way too much from this society as it stands at the moment. We know that they're crumbling with funding. So it is up to us to expose our children to extra activities. And it's
do
only
you think
because
that we should sacrifice Christmas or Kwanzaa, whatever, and invest in them that way? Like, for instance, rather than buy expensive iPhones and trainers and all this bullshit, buy them books, science books, literature books, philosophy books. What do you think?
I think
Whatever they're
that
passionate
is
about. Because
Say it
yeah. I
again.
think
sorry, after you.
Gosling. No, I was just going to answer him. I think he's got Brother Ultra's got a point there. I think that we have to start exposing, and that is just as a gift, especially if you've tapped into it. If you know your child is into science or physics, and then you're
Mm,
investing in that and little science kits and stuff like that.
mm,
Although you know that what
mm.
you're giving them is educational, it's actually fun for them.
Wait, Kushti, are you moving your mic?
No, I think that's Tash.
Oh, Tash, are you moving around?
Yeah, she stopped
Yeah.
now.
Oh, it stopped now. Oh, perfect. There she's
Sorry,
gone.
it's
Yeah, no,
really
Wait.
bad.
Oh, she's back. She's back.
yeah.
That's terrible. Sorry.
No, I was just saying that I agree with what Ultra's saying, but in the fact of if you know your child is interested in physics or science, for Christmas you could give them science kits and things like that. So although we
Mm,
know that it's educational, it's still fun for
mm.
them. That's why I
It's
said
still
that
fun.
my main thing is finding out what is his niche. I know that when I go
Mm,
to my events and things like that, he's really into like helping me and the ins and
mm,
outs of business and things like that. So I encourage him to come with me a lot. But I also
mm,
want to find out what else is in that niche, because business is a big range of things. So what about business do you like? So it's
mm,
about tapping into what they like. That's the key. Find out what your kid really likes and then
mm.
going for that area. I think that's for me some of the hardest tasks, because I always used to think that when I was growing up, the people, I don't know if you noticed this, but there's certain kids who knew what they wanted to be from the get. Like they just knew what
Yes.
they wanted to be. I feel that you're very blessed when you know what you want to do from the get, if
Mm,
that makes sense,
mm.
because you just have
Yeah.
to channel all your energy from early into that one
Mm,
sector.
mm,
So
mm,
yeah, I do
mm,
agree with that.
mm. Also, as well, just so you know, as well, a good thing to do is expose your children to the shit that posh kids do. Yeah, and then you realize that what that does is there's exposes them to the instance that actually I do that too. I've done that. That's not a big deal. And I feel like a lot of like if you've got kids that are going on holidays and horse riding and you're there just languishing at home watching TV, that is also a problem that can skew the way you look at other people, right? But
Yeah, that's a
strive for
big
those
fact,
things.
man.
I'm telling you,
Yeah, that's a big fact. And even educationally, yeah. I won't even say it, but there's a particular school in North London. Anyway, the point being is that it's definitely noticed that the children that do not have any external, what would you call it, motivation or external, like, like Ultra was just saying in terms of doing things outside of the community or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? To like expose them to different things, definitely do better in it because they're able to draw on different influences. You know what I'm saying to you academically. So yeah, I just wanted to spot him with that one still in terms of exposing to as much things as possible. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I say. Even if you live in the hood, as they call, but I don't even like them sort of terminologies because again, I think these are things that we've just imported from America in it. Because I mean, but anyway, I know people say the hood and that, but even if you live in certain places, it's about your mindset, isn't it? You know what I'm saying to
No,
you, as well as being about.
but you know what's the funniest thing is? Majority of us underestimate our children.
Yeah, probably.
Because the reason being is that this is how we miss it. Because sometimes we focus on what we think our children should do or be, and some children will suppress what they actually like and tell you what you like.
That's fair enough still. But all right then, boom. That's quite interesting then, yeah. Because that's quite interesting now because in terms of what we're speaking about, yeah, because I'm saying one of the things that I'm very certain about, yeah, is that I am in control, yeah, or we are in control of my youth's future. You know what I'm saying to you? Education, all of these things in it. Because I'm saying the decisions that we make now, you with me, obviously will have an impact on when he's you know what I mean? Cool. So just going back to what Terry was saying about allowing certain children to do certain things, as it were, yeah. Again, I think it could be sort of double-edged because some children might want to be fucking. I don't know, it's a bit. I don't know. Yeah, it's a mad one because I'm saying some children might want to be creative, this, that, and the other, innit? And then you, as a parent, might think, well, boom, being creative ain't gonna pay the bills. You know, then way there. So yeah, I see what you're saying, still, Terry. Because then because some children have gone in a completely different direction to what their true wants and desires are, and like you said, to please their parents or to please society, whatever. So I understand that still. So I might actually be in that basket right now because I'm saying this is what you're doing, brother.
It's like my
Yeah,
goddaughter. Because it's like my goddaughter. My goddaughter, she would suppress what she likes to eat just because she wants, just to please you. She'll eat what you're eating. So when I started to understand that, what I was able to do was to give her choices. So we'll go to different places to eat, and then I will ask her, what would you like to eat throughout what you've had? And then she's able to express herself and say, oh, I didn't like this one, but I like that one. But if I don't give her the choice, she's only going to be obligated to what I eat.
This is what this goes back to exposure, isn't it? This is why I agree with what Ultra said about putting your kids around certain individuals or people who are quite well off, because wings of a feather flock together. So yeah, and this is why the school that I took my son to, I overtook probably 5 different schools. I could have done one around the corner, but that particular school is very heavy with people connected to going to private schools and things like that. And the difference that they put their children in is like right now he's doing Mandarin, he's doing a string instrument, he does the football, he does a variety of different things just by me speaking to these different parents, because I'm noticing that they really do move as a collective as well. This whole hood mentality and group mentality goes all the way up to the highest earners. They discuss a lot in regards to where their children are. They talk a lot about what is the best program to go into children and things like that. You know, a lot of them, because I'm where my son's age now, a lot of them has sat the the sevens, the in sevens or whatever, where they could get their child into private school.
Into
So
the grammar school.
yes, so I am really on this at the moment, and it's just by me listening to these people. Now, to me, I might not necessarily, I have to force myself to integrate with them, right? Because maybe we're not on the same kind of path, right? But with my son, I know that he'll fit right in. And I think that if we don't do that, like what someone said, and they're amongst these people and they've got to compete with these people, they'll naturally feel inferior. My son will not feel inferior around these people because he's doing the same extracurricular activities that these kids are doing. He's going to school with them. So that you're just another person. And these things, so exposure is so key from an early set, because once these kids say, well, you're just doing what I'm doing, there's what is there to be fearful of? There's no othering. And so when it comes down to food, education, everything else, these things are so key. So I'm like what I was saying to Ultra, it is expensive. Me and my partner, when we look at our monthly expenses and how much goes out, it is a madders. But for his potential and his exposure and for his confidence, and like what Terry said, I'm not underestimating what he could do. Like, he does coding, he does Mandarin, he does so much different things, and they pick it up easily. It's best to do it young as well, because their brain's just like a sponge. What else have they got to do? They're not being exposed to all of the crap earlier, you know, because they're young. So exposure is so key, and putting them in these different sectors is so important for them, for their confidence, for their knowledge, and just for the bringings, because a lot of these people as well, they get where they're getting just from bringings, just from knowing people, just because, like, you know, one of the kids' parents is a pilot, and just off the back of
facts, Kushti, facts.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing that point up. And that's the point. I'm going to let you land. Remember, the last thing you said was pilot, yeah? That's the thing. That's the point about exposure. Because the othering, no, we are all the same now.
And also getting, getting over some of our ignorances. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
We have those amongst us that will say, oh, that's, you know what I mean, white man's thing, or this, you know what I'm saying to you? You know, that kind of vibration.
Damn foolishness.
Definitely.
Hang on a second. Wait a minute. You can't send your child horse riding because why?
Well,
it's a white man's thing? Really? Behave yourself.
But this is where it's important that the other generations come in it, because like I'm saying, we are the elders now, innit? You get me? From you got children, this, that, and the other, you are the elders, innit? So it's us to also set pace, innit? You see what I'm saying to you? So obviously there are those amongst you get me, that are doing it, and we just got to try to spread them kind of vibrations, because like everything's got to start in the household, innit? So if we all correct our own individual households, you see, then it will kind of spread, innit? But yeah, man, Kushti, big up yourself. Sorry to cut in there, but yeah, man, very important, because there's some ignorant people out here, because I hear people in these YouTube streets say some really ignorant shit. I'm like, you got children? Huh? Because already, if this is how you're thinking or speaking as a parent, you know what I mean, you're already reducing that child's world to very little. You get me? If you do this, you have that. If you do this, you have that. If you do, so what do you want him to do?
But then that's why
No, I was just saying, no one can take the culture out of your kid. No one's going to tell my kid that just because he does he's interested in certain things, or he's educated in certain things, or he has an interest in certain things, that he ain't black enough or nothing like that.
And not even that. Kushti, how does your son doing Mandarin make him less black?
Exactly.
But this is the problem. You know, those ideas come from people that are afraid or don't have the access to that type of shit themselves. That's it. And you cannot pander to these people. I'll tell you what you do. You tell
as well.
it's madness.
We have we've got to bring ignorance into this. You get me? Because I'm saying, well, remember, these are people that are born and bred here. You know what I'm saying to you? And this is what I'm saying about these sort of downloaded things that we got to ban out, like snitching. You get me? Because trust me and believe, if someone does something to me and mine, I want to know.
Trust.
Yeah, especially if I'm not in no rarer this and rarer that, but this thing's come to a situation where you got normal civilians under a code that's got nothing to do with them.
But you got to remember that you see a child, it takes 10 years for the child to get to know who you are. And depending on your characteristics and your forms of wisdom, if your wisdoms have flaws, your child's going to pick up them wisdoms or flaws. So this is the real reason why they say it takes a village to raise a child, because not only one person can do that. Because what happens is, no matter how much you see it, everybody has biasness, and your child will pick that up. So how?
No, I agree with that.
Yeah. So how do you teach your child from your mistakes? This is where your wisdom and you put your ego out of it, and you utilize your wisdom to teaching your children. Okay, I have flaws myself, and these are the situations of my consequences. So that
Now
that
you
child,
see,
so the child understands, because remember, as an elder, they speak in stories, and that stories has wisdom in it. And if you're not giving your wisdom to that child, the child is only going to take the knowledge that it knows and the biasness or the things that you know and put it into that situation.
you see, that is true, yeah, Tessa. But then this is where we have to bring in other sort of entities, as it were. You know what I mean? And like me and Odge was saying, yeah, we're good, but outside of that, because when you're talking about wisdom, yeah, in order to for the most part, in order to have wisdom, you got to have like lived a life. Yeah. Now unfortunately, we got many children having children. You see what I'm saying to you? And when a child has a child can't pass down no wisdom. You know what I'm saying to you? Some of them are just about learning how to show their children how to fucking use a knife and fork. You see what I'm saying to you? So
but they're regurgitating their parents before them. That's all that is. So if that parent hasn't taught in a proper, appropriate wisdom way, then of course that child is just going to pass on that same narrative. That's the trauma. That's the trauma that
This
you
is
pass
why.
on. If you had a bad
This
life,
is why ignorance is so scary. This is the problem. Ignorance is one of our biggest problems within the community, man. Trust me, it's hand in hand to
Risings, LV, sorry family. And Risings, LV, big up yourself. Long time.
bless
Good
up.
morning, 9 Ekaro, Terry.
Come
Good
on.
morning,
yes,
Christian.
Give thanks.
I do well. Yeah, I just came just to say good morning to Freddie. I hadn't spoken to you guys in a while, so but that was it. Really, just wanted to say hi in person. Nothing more.
Oh, it's good to hear from
man,
you.
give thanks, man. Always nice to hear your tones, bub.
Definitely. But
Apart from that, this is where I leave because I'm not really into the pro-black thing. I don't have much knowledge, so I'll just sit back and listen to the experts. So
it's not about the pro-black thing. It's about
this isn't even pro-black. This is quite generic, to be fair. LV. But yeah, I hear you still, no problem, man. So what do you think, before you go, do you think that there is still a problem with children having children, or do you think we're over that?
I mean, it still happens. It's nowhere near as bad as it was in the 90s. But
so you think it was worse in the 90s, yeah?
Oh, definitely. Well, definitely in the areas I was living in, Streatham Hill, Brixton, Thornton Heath. Yeah, it was pretty bad there.
And that's probably correct, because this is what I'm saying, isn't it? We're seeing probably a lot of the people that we're probably pissed off about right now are the children of these. You get me? Them people there. Oh boy, yeah. But I hear that stuff, man.
I don't know what leads to it. I don't know why it happens. I mean, back then, a lot of young girls were always blamed, like they were told, "Oh yeah, they're only doing it to get flats from the council." I don't know. I can't tell you what led to it happening in the 90s and what led to its decline. I have no idea, but it happened.
the generation is getting very young, and sometimes when a child becomes a rebellion, what kind of thing can you show your child if you've done it wrong at a young age, and now a child decides to go down that direction? How can you stop them from going down that road?
Well, isn't that the point where the whole, what you said before about the whole education and wisdom and this and that, and saying, listen, okay, I done it when I was young, but you know what I mean? These are the ramifications of this, that. I would prefer that you know what I'm saying to you? That's exactly where the wisdom needs to be had. Not
Exactly.
fucking do us, not, you know what I mean? Copy my.
I'll explain to my child, this is my mistakes, and these are the things that I went through, so that that child is aware, so that child has choices. Because at the end of the day, no matter how we see it, everybody has the choice, but it's just making the right choice for that person.
I think back on the ignorance thing, yeah, I think that can also be a benefit, because I think that's a problem within our community with people who judge kids or like what we were saying, but also it is a problem within the wider society for Black children as well. So I feel that there's nothing better that when the expectation is low, that your child just comes out being able to play an instrument or be able to speak 2-3 languages or something like that, because the expectation is so low, if that makes sense. So I'm not worried about the ignorance or the judgment on people, because all he has to do is open his mouth or do what he's got to do, and he'll just outshine. So, you know what I mean? I just feel that the main focus is focusing on what you plan for your child and exposure to everything that you can give them. And hopefully something that you've shown them, just something, it just takes one field, one area, they'll be able to say, you know what, I'm so thankful that my parents invested in that. And they'll just take it and run with it. And they'll thank you for it in the long term when they look around and they'll see that not every parent does that. So it's not easy to do. It's not an easy thing to do as well. It's hard work, especially if you're not in a circle that's surrounded by that or have those ins. Because like what I was saying before, a lot of these people, when I check them, a lot of them are just people they know, not what you know, it's who you know. That is a very, very strong statement. Especially with
It
those
is, and it's also about actually having a fucking plan for your child, isn't it? You know what I mean? You got some of these. When I had my youth, I get to realize that, when I used to go in certain little forums and this and that, yeah, and you know what I mean, these people have done planned the next 18 years of their pitney life, and the pitney still on breast. You know what I'm saying to you? But that is exactly the right way to be. You know what I
they've
mean?
already planned their school, their secondary school, their primary
Absolutely.
school.
Put their
Everything.
name down on
Put
certain.
their name on the list. Exactly.
Right. Exactly. So these are the things that now, as we learn, we got to pass it on to. You know what I'm saying to you? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, man, definitely, man. And remember, just in life, the governments, this and the other, remember, these people plan in 5, 10, 15, 20-year cycles.
And they're not telling you that. It's like a little secret. It's like a little secret. So if you just putting your kids into school and okay, what's gonna happen? It's just gonna happen. That's a myth. That is a myth. At this point, like I said to Ultra, they're just babysitting your child. That is it. You don't have much expectations for anything.
It's it's so interesting that we say that though, because you know, obviously, like I said, my youth's in transition, this, that, and the other, yeah. So we've been looking at the youth them around him, yeah. And I'm like saying, yeah, man. You get me? Like, yeah, I mean, and it's such a horrible thing to say, but yeah, man. These are the young people you need to be around, man. You know what I'm saying?
How old is he now?
And 11.
He's getting it. So that those are the rebellion years.
Nah, man.
I'm not saying he's rebellion.
The brother with them something there. Stop it, man. Him all right, man. Him all right.
No, I'm not saying your child. I'm saying those are. You see, when you get to that stage, is when I say the ego kicks in, that they feel that they know it all. So, you know, you're sometimes they might say, oh, but you're old, you don't know about these new technology, but you might have an idea. Do you understand? So that ego sometimes can kick in. But as I said, it depends on who they react to. It might not be you. They have a high respect with you, but they might find a teacher that they would just put down like a little boy.
What say that last bit again?
I said they might find a teacher that they have no respect for, and treat them totally different. But when they're at home, they'll give you that high respect and give you that innocence. But when they, as I said, because that time they're definitely a full sponge. You see that full sponge is taking in everything. Because he's now learned something. As I said, he's learned about you for the last 10 years. Now he's going into that time. And sometimes some parents, they become rebelliant to their parents regardless of any format. And it depends on how long it goes for. If it doesn't get nipped in the bud quite early, it can toe into around 15, and then it becomes troublesome.
I mean, their peers are their most influence, isn't it? Like, you have a certain age where you are your child's everything, right? And then up to a certain age, no matter what you do or say, their peers is most influence. Like, this is a scientific fact. So you could, that's why, like what Tash said, those formative years are so important, because if you know that, okay, up to a certain point, I'm not going to be as important, if I instill certain morals in them, and the way of thinking and how to be about yourself, then hopefully they will mesh with people with the same morals. Because that's what you can hope for.
Because they're going to be very challenging. From when they get to, once they've understood something, that's when they begin to challenge. And they might question what you give them.
But then also, again, that's why it's important to try and put them in the best sort of environment, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? So when Kushti's saying that she basically ignored 5 other schools to get to this particular school, you see what I'm saying to you, because she saw the wonderment of it, then yeah, you see what I'm saying to you. And again, I think when it comes down to parenting, this, that, and the other, you got to be careful as to the environments that you do put your children in, because even when I hear some of these podcasts, this, that, and the other, you're hearing certain people saying that I went to a school, but it was known to be not a good school. So in my head, I'm like, as a parent, how the
But you know what? In saying the same thing, I know children that have excelled even though they were put in a bad environment. And then
you've got to give your child the best chances, man. I feel like it's a strategic game out here, man. It's a strategic game. You've got to be able to put your child in certain areas, expose them to certain things. You know the odds that are set up against our kids. Period. Now, like we all know the odds, and I feel that
you can put your child in the best school, private school, and he can turn out to be in the worst.
Well, that's what I mean. It's a strategic. It's a game. It's unfortunately a game. Do you know what I mean? It's strategic.
So, but that's why
if you set up the best, that's what I'm saying. If you set up the best possible odds for them, at least you can look back and say, "Yo, I did my utmost best." Do you know what I mean? Like, if I give you certain odds to set you up a bit better, then I know that I can feel good within myself. I know I'm exposing you to. You don't have to like 3 out of 4 of the things that I'm showing you or that you're in. Do you know what I mean? You might drop them in the next 10 years, but maybe 2 of them you've excelled in, and you can make money out of that.
But that's why you engage. That's why you engage with your children in secondary school. A lot of parents let them have their independence and disengage because they feel that they're a certain age to cope for themselves. But not all children are like that. So you have to cope and be with them, even on that form of little bit of that friendship, and guide them all the way to even the 6th form.
But not even that. I feel like it's your responsibility until they get to uni. Like, and this is what when Nani said plan. Like, it's already planned. Like, my daughter's education is already planned until uni. After
Yeah,
uni, I've done my best. But,
yeah, because that's
like,
where it goes to the
yeah,
age of 21. That's why I say that's the
exactly.
rites of passage from 0 to 21. Once you've accomplished that, they've gone through university, your job is done. There's no more for you to do. It's for them now to go into the world and behave as an adult after 21.
I agree.
But a lot of people just forget about that. And when I see a lot of people, when they go to secondary school, their parents disengage.
It's because they don't know how to change from, okay, I'm dealing with a toddler to a child to a young adult. Like you said, you need to still be able to be in their lives, but the relationship has to be tailored to them, right? So to a certain point, when he's like a teenager or old enough, I want to be able to have that open kind of form of communication. So it's not that I'm telling you what to eat and when to eat, because you should be able to know how to eat and put on your clothes, right? I'm not have to tell you to get out of bed and everything else. You should be able to do that. But then there might be the politics of stuff, the science behind stuff. That I've got these options. How should I weigh it out? How do I approach this situation or this dilemma that I'm in? These are the kind of, when it changes from a relationship of telling you to eat your food, stop jumping, to, okay, these are the plans. What are you feeling about that? Okay, this is how I'm feeling, mum and dad, and da, 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 da. Your relationship needs to start tailoring. And I think that a lot, especially with the old school, they just stayed with eat your food, da, 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 da. Like, they didn't talk about anything. Like, the amount of times I used to have this running joke with my friends that it was like, don't have boys, don't have a kid, don't have boys, don't have a kid. And then at a certain age, it was like, when's your husband? It was like, well, where's the middle? Where was this is what you should be looking into. This is the. I don't think that we're good as a community, especially the oldest, as tailing the relationship. It's very much they're still stuck at talking to them like they're kids. And we need to be able to tailor our relationships with our children as they grow. So they have respect for us and they trust us.
Yeah, but that's why I said in 2021 it has changed. And nowadays we have to treat our children as young adults so that you're able to have that conversation. Because what's happened is the old days were allowed to do that because the system, it wasn't as big as it is today. Because now a lot of these children have social media and have the internet to access. So the information is much more higher. So we have to start treating them a certain way to have that communication. Where before, back in the days, they'll say, oh, go to your room. You're not allowed in this sitting room. Your sitting room is your bedroom. You can't go and do this, but you can't do that. But both sides have its disadvantages and advantages. Because the old school way, you had the outdoor environment, which was cool. Now it's moved from the outdoors to the indoors. So now if you're going to do the indoors, you cannot put the same situation today and treat them the same way indoors, because they need to have that exposure and you need to have that conversation. And it's just, the more you have conversation and you give them more life skills, because that's what's missing, that life skills. Because even when you go to some of these universities, half of the people in the university can't even cook.
Exactly.
Because they didn't learn no life skills. That is what you need. That's how you engage with your children. Okay, yeah, son, let's go into the kitchen, let's cook this out. While we're cooking, we're going to have this conversation. Or, yeah, you know what, let's watch a TV program together and have a conversation. The more you have these conversations, the more you get to understand your child, the more you get to understand his creativities.
That's what I mean. That's why I try and have this. I'm so big on having this open dialogue. Like, not that I'm your best friend, but this open dialogue that we can speak about anything, or you can speak to your daddy about anything. Do you know what I mean? So we can tailor that as he grows up, because especially what you said about social media these days, a lot of kids will be like, okay, I don't even have to ask these kind of questions, these uncomfortable or serious or embarrassing questions. I could just go on YouTube or whatever, or social media, TikTok, whatever, Insta, and find it for myself. And we know that just because you've seen something, or it's just an opinion and it might not be the right one, you'd still want them to come to you as that, like, kind of vanguard, that person of knowledge, because you will only tell the best for your child. Social media ain't. They'll tell you what's trending. They'll tell you the crap, but they're not going to tell you the stuff that's actually going to help you emotionally to move forward and equip you. So it's so important.
That's why in the early ages, you sit down with your children while they're on that phone or while they're on that pad, and you engage together. The more you engage together, the more they feel free to even have a conversation with you. And they will have a conversation with you about their friends in school and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Then hide it.
Definitely.
Because you have that communication.
Yeah, sorry, I cut out earlier on. Can I just make a point from earlier on that I think Ultra mentioned about he mentioned about getting extracurricular activities outside of school, private tuition. But I was going to also say that it's really important that I know people say that we shouldn't leave schools up to the task to kind of teach our children, but they are there to teach. If anything, we're there to kind of make sure that they've retained the information, understood it, learned it. And if you have got a child that is like excelling in science, don't just say to yourself, okay, we're going to rely on the tuition and what have you. Go to the coordinator, the head of science, go to the head of year, say to them, what's the targets for this term? Say to them, I want them by so-and-so by next week, because I want to speed up those targets. Like, let's have high ambition within ourselves for our children and give them those tools, because these are the study skills tools that they will have when they go into adulthood, where they're going to say, well, you know what, I'm not going to just stop there. But this is what I've noticed, like in the Asian community that I've experienced in terms of my family, where at times what I find is they jump over the target. They don't wait for the school to tell you anything. They're going to say, you know what, we're not waiting for nobody. You know, we're pushing them forward. And second thing I wanted to say is that I really like what Terry and Kushite were talking. Sorry, not Kushite, Kushi. Sorry, I can't even read it properly. I haven't got my glasses. Sorry, I don't know this. Kushti Cosmetics. Yeah. You guys were discussing about speaking to your children. That's like paramount. Family meetings, making sure that you just know what's going on with your young people, because there's so much going on out there that we're not even fully aware of. And to be honest with you, their peers, it's a different type of relationship or friendship that they have with their peers to us. So we're never going to be that best friend, but just to know your child and know, you know what, he's acting a certain way, or she started to become a little bit more, you know, reserved, or she's keeping herself to herself. I need to find out what's going on. I need that proactive kind of parenting that's the kind of thing we need. It's like, it's a necessity, especially within girls, to just always know that, you know, they've got us here. We're not going anywhere. We're their first point of call, you know. So, yeah.
I agree with you, Sister Tash, and I feel that it can be tedious, like, especially like with that age now, it's just like, someone said this and someone says that, and you just roll your eyes like kind of inside. But I understand that I have to acknowledge that, because there's life skills in that as well. It's just dealing with people, and it's not just educational, like academics. There's education in dealing with different personalities and things like that, and knowing about traits in people and understanding how to deal with that when you come up with certain things, because that is key as well. So if someone said something to make you feel uncomfortable, or, oh, so-and-so seems to do this and everyone follows, well, do you understand about leadership and being a sheep? Do you understand about making your own decisions? And these are so much key things that you can slip into when you're just listening to these tedious little school stories and stuff that's happening, that builds up your relationship, but also you're teaching them about life and how to be as an individual. Because there's one thing I will not allow myself, there's many things, but one of them is not to be a sheep.
Yeah.
That is so important, especially as a black boy. Like, you are not going to be a sheep, and you're not going to be, and little things like, you know, understanding where certain things are put on you. Or why don't you just be, are you going to be a footballer? Or, oh, do you like, or stereotypes, you know, understanding when stereotypes are put on you and how to address that, and not to just accept them. These are little intricate in life that you really need to be able to talk to your children about, because they suffer these little minor aggressions very, very early.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Generalizations and stereotypes of black boys are there. Like, they see it, they hear it, they know it so early.
They
So
do,
like,
they feel it. They might not know what it
yeah.
is, but they feel it.
Yeah. And we have to put ourselves in their shoes. Sometimes I have to think to myself, have to have that kind of mindful moment of where I say to myself, you know, how is he feeling? Like, being here, knowing that. And I have to kind of sometimes when, you know, sometimes when they're feeling a little bit like, I shouldn't even go too into his kind of my personal situation, but it's a case of sometimes just with the hormones and stuff like that, just to be aware of that and understand that that is taking place. I'm not accepting that. It's something it's something you have to work on, but to know I'm here for you. This is a team effort. I'm not leaving you to just get on with it. I understand being black, being male. I get it. You know, so it's all that you've got to, this is not an easy job, let me tell you.
It's not easy. It's not
it's
easy.
not easy.
But you know what? We need to take that
It
not
pulls at
easy.
your heartstrings more than anything, man. Do you know
But
what
we
I
need
mean?
to
It's
stop.
one of the hardest jobs.
Telling you.
But Kushti, we need to stop saying it's not easy. That's the trauma itself. We should able to do and achieve great things. It's just that it's a lesson that we're learning, and there's hurdles. But then
Yeah, I
at
like
the end
that
of
way
the
of
day,
saying it,
it's the
bro.
success at the end of it.
I like that, the way that you said that, like it's hurdles and it's a lesson. And you know, when we was talking about exposing our children, especially like black kids, to certain other industries or sectors, sometimes they can see themselves as the only one in there as well, because not a lot of our community are doing that as well. So although I do expose him to like the coding and the Mandarin and things like that, I equally put him into, you know, like I've always talking to you that when he's at time, he's going to go into like the Black Boys Academy, the academy, you know, that you're doing. And he always goes to events with me, you know, that like I always try and give him both worlds. So although you might not see yourself necessarily in here, I want you to be around positive, constructive other black boys and you know, within our community, because I'm not letting the society tell him what he is at all. There's no way that's going to happen. So, like you said, it's about hurdles, but it's just about exposure to me. Constantly, it's about exposure. But I do like what you said about it is about hurdles and learning.
Because you know, like it's like like when you've got the hurdles on a 100-meter running race, yeah, or whatever they're 110 or whatever they call it. No, there's always going to be times you're going to fall off that hurdle. But then if you're determined to win that race, regardless of you dropping, you're going to keep on trying and doing what you need to do to able to escape that situation. So by looking at things as forms of lesson, okay, I fell off this time. What made me fall over in the first place? How can I improve on that to be able to jump that hurdle? So
that is true.
It may seem like it's a lot of work, but then if you know what your prize goal is, it becomes nothing.
Well, like what I'm getting from you is like there's a lesson in everything, right? So I always say to my son, like, you never, ever, ever, and then he says, give up. Like I always say to him what my dad said to me, like, there's no such word as can't. You know, so even if you did drop it, people drop all the time, but it's the getting up. It's the getting up and overcoming what has made those people successful and great. Some of the greatest people have fell down 1,000 times. When they got up that 1,001 time, they smashed it.
Because it's okay. It's okay to take a lesson. Because what people do is they say, "Oh, it was a mistake." Blah blah. No, it's okay to have that lesson, because when you change that mistake to a lesson, then you see to yourself, okay, it was a lesson. So if I didn't learn this time, I'm going to go and relearn it again.
Exactly. You don't ever give up. That's the main thing. You just keep trying. The falling down, it don't matter. I'm always going to be there. If you fall down, I'm always going to be that barrier. You ain't going to fall to the floor ever. Like, it's you that's got to get back up. And I'm always going to be there to help you get back up. I ain't concerned about the falling down. Everyone falls down. You can't be scared of it either, because if you're scared of that, then you're scared of trying.
100%.
Yeah, man, I'm definitely a lioness for mine, boy. I am definitely a lioness for mine. And it's one of our greatest achievements. It's how we're supposed to be anyway. But yeah, it's definitely hurdles that we've got to teach them, and the best way of doing it. And there is no book for it, especially when society changes every 10 years or every 5 years, you know.
Because it's crazy when the conversations I hear when when I go and visit my barbershop, right? And when I go and visit my barbershop now, and I just sit there and just listen, and the things that you hear, you're just amazed, and you think, where does all this come from? And this guy, the child will be probably at 14, 15, spitting out whole heap of knowledge, and you're thinking, and we're so underestimating these children.
Definitely. I think there was a thing in Oxford a few years back where they said that most geniuses or the greatest inventions have been done by age between early 20s, late teens, early 20s. So because you're not dragged down with all of society's crap and expectations or negativity. You just want to go for it, right? You're just like, I'm into this world. I'm going to achieve. I'm going to do greatness. You have all of this joy and want and rush to go and do something.
Yeah,
So,
because what you'll find is, right, imagine your child is well advanced. Now, the school year he's in is going to suppress that advancedness because it has to be kept in that curriculum. So even though he's passed that class, and this is what private schools do, if they see that you're advanced in 1 year, you may be able to jump a next year.
You know what? That's a fact. That's a fact, because I was speaking to, like I said, a lot of the kids were doing their was it entry 7s or whatever to go into private school, and then I was talking to my son's teacher about, you know, there was like this big exodus, like 10 kids went, and I was just thinking about if I should put my like set him in the test to do it, because I know that he's capable of doing it compared to like some of the other kids. And what surprised me the most about what he told me about the school, and he said to me barefaced, is that the school doesn't really want you to excel. So when a lot of these kids are doing Sis T, I think we can hear you, Tasha.
Oh,
you're gonna
sorry.
have to do it. So what he was saying is that when these kids are getting tutored, it's actually annoying for most schools, because it's like, I have a set curriculum, for example, to teach multiplication, and the kid's already in fractions. So what he was saying is that by the time the kid goes on to next year and they're doing fractions, he's sitting there and he already knows the work. So now it's more work for that teacher because you already know everything. And then what are they going to do if you've got 2 or 3 kids already done that because they're on tutoring and the rest of the kids don't know? So that kid who knows more or has had that extra tutoring has to wait for that curriculum. It's only private schools who has that facility to say, right, I see something in you, let's move on. And that's why a lot of the parents shifted to private school, because they were like, oh, my kid's not just sitting in this. Like, I know you're not pushing them to the capability. I know they can do more. Mm-hmm. So
that's down to the teacher though, and the school, because in a situation like that,
that's the general school curriculum. There's a curriculum, right? So you can have the best school in the world, but if at year 1 or year 2, the curriculum is multiplication, then that is the curriculum. And if that child has done that, if that child can sweep through that and done that, there's no moving on that. The teacher can't then say, okay, you're ready for fractions, let's do fractions while the other kids do multiplication.
I get that.
And that's where the child becomes disruptive, because he knows everything in the class. He now believes he's bored, and if he's bored, depending on his characteristics, he may become disruptive. And then a teacher may see that disruption and deprive him of his capabilities. And that's when you see people getting kicked out of class, or they go to special class, or they go to other things, because they have that intelligence, but no one is helping them to advance.
And this is why parents invest in extra tuition. Because look at what Sister Sarah said at Christian. This is because the time limits and data expectations we have. The class size are big, and we have to focus on getting them to an expected grade, which is required of us. And this is what I mean. It's not about the love of knowledge and learning and things like that. They're under a lot of pressure. So with the area that I'm in, like every probably 90% of kids have tutors. But even when I spoke to some of the parents who have put their kids in private school, she was saying to me, because I was obviously debating this, and then she was saying to me that most of the kids in private school have tutors as well. So this is what I'm saying. So when you are in these areas,
that means the education system is, what's that? Does that mean that it's failing then? If you're saying that the private ones, or is everyone just going that extra mile in? If the private ones,
the system, but the system is suppressing the intelligent ones. So if your child is very bright and smart, and let's say, for instance, your child is in the first year, but he's got a mental mindset of a third year. Imagine you're suppressing that third year mindset to a first year mindset, which may be kind of like childish to him because he's advanced. So then once you suppress that, that child, as I said before, the child can become very bored or disruptive or frustrated because they're suppressing him for him not to able to advance himself or herself.
What I found out from the parent I was speaking to, so I looked at her, I was like, what do you mean that they're doing extra tuition? And she was saying that, okay, the classes are smaller, so they have more scope to engage in different things, but it's a money game in private school as well. So they know that all of the parents are, so they might do something different or go to in depth in a certain area, for example, fractions or something like that. But they know that the teacher can just say that, and then they know that the parents will then go to the tutor and say, this is what they're doing, this is what I want. This is how they get the numbers that they get, the test scores that they get. So not only is it that it's smaller numbers, and the teacher got the time to go into a wide range of things, they're still just teachers, but it's the parents that are still investing in tuition to making sure that whatever that scope is that they're doing, okay, this is what they'll go to tutor and say, this is what we're doing. So when it comes down to it, it's still the parents doing the job. This is what I'm saying, because I was really because I think with the entry 7s, there was a way that if they did high on the scores, you don't have to pay, right? You don't have to pay to get your kids into those schools. This is what I'm direction is expensive and hard, right? So what I was finding out when I'm listening to these parents when they're coming back to me is that they're still paying tuition. So it's always about the parents are the ones that are just doing it. They're facilitating education regardless. And that's why you'll still see kids in schools that are not that great, but have got brilliant GCSE levels at a younger age, because they're the kind of parents that are at home. They're just on the books. So, for example, one of the groups that I was in, the woman was in Child Genius. It was a black woman with 2 boys. I don't remember if you remember the year. She got very far with them. And she actually has got a business now where she helps people put their children into private school if that's what you wish to do. She was the one who told me to get my son into a string instrument. Because just like with America and basketball and things like that, you can get, I forgot what the word is. If they do basketball, they can get free education. It works kind of in the same vein here with private schools. So scholarships, correct. So she was saying string instrument is a real good gateway to get your kids into that. So when I tell you, it's always about the parent at home. This is what I found out. It's always about the parents at home. Even I couldn't believe that in private school, when I was talking to these teachers, to the parents, they were like, yeah, they've all got tuition. I was like, what? She was like, yeah. I was like, but isn't it supposed to be perfect? She's like, it's smaller sizes, but the curriculum is a bit more. So it's not the curriculum, that's a myth. So if the curriculum is multiplication in state school, the curriculum is a bit more in private school. They expect a bit more. They'll do a bit more within the year because they've got that space to do it. They've got that time to do it. But the parents at home with a tutor, making sure that they do it.
But Kushi, you got to remember, regardless if it's a private school, commercial school, public school, academy, it's a numbers game. And that numbers game, the numbers game, do you feel that they really are out for the children?
No, the thing about
in all schools, do you really, down to your heart, believe that they're out for the children?
They're out for the exam scores at the end of it, and that's what it comes down to.
Yeah,
right?
so that comes as a form of a number game, because the more higher results gives them more. So like private schools, the more good results that they get, the more people are going to come that have money and put their children in. So
and they can justify the prices of them as well. So the price rises because our Ofsted is brilliant and our exam pass rates are this, that. So they can they have a right to put up the prices as how they do.
Yeah, but it's a category marking point in the fact that if I did homeschooling, I still couldn't able to let my child elaborate themselves or expand themselves as much as they can do, in the fact that even if I'm following the system's curriculum, but I can make my child move much more quicker. But as I said, there is other flaws towards the homeschooling in the fact that you have to be 100% with that child when you're doing that homeschooling, which may prevent you from generating whatever you need to generate within the household. But then the school, they follow a program. That program is the protocol, as we said before, that may suppress the child, but they have to follow this protocol because it's all about the numbers. Most government schools, if they don't do well, they close down.
Yeah, the Ofsted report. But you've got to remember, at the end of the day, they're all doing the same paper, right? This is because when I tell you I was deliberating and I've been talking to these parents, I've had such an awakening talking to some of these people, yeah. At the end of the day, because I really was deliberating, and at the end of the day, they're still going to sit the same GCSE paper, yeah? Regardless, you're still sitting the same GCSE paper. The same question of a mathematical question is going to be the same one in the private school as it is in that state school. What it boils down to is that you want your child to be able to sit that exam and pass. That's what it comes down to. The difference I find in private school is the exposure. This is what people don't get. It's the exposure. So yes, they're doing the same curriculum and a bit more, but they're also doing coding is chucked in there. Extra music is reading music, being able to read music, to create, to compose, sciences, all of that stuff is you get, that's what you're paying for with private school. It's not just the academic, it's the extra exposure where I have to now pay for that, each one on its own on top.
Yeah, that's
whereas
a fact.
You know that a few government schools have beaten the top private schools.
Yeah, the primary school that I'm in now is a really good one. It's one of the best.
This is what I'm trying to say. It still boils down to, at the end of the day, to the child and how you deal with that child in its environment, his or her environment, because doesn't matter.
I think it's a combination still, Tessa, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. In the fact that if you're giving your child as much choice and much more facilities, the child is exposed to a much more wider range, where it doesn't matter what school that the child's in, that child is always going to excel because of the knowledge that child has learned. And if that child is willing to take that knowledge and achieve, then it doesn't matter where that you put that child in the school, it's that child is going to always know that, okay, if I want to be successful or I want to do this, I've got to actually knuckle down.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with that. I also think it's multifaceted still, even with me, because we got to keep it real as well, and acknowledge that when it comes to a certain time and place, like Kushti said before, it comes down to not what you know, but who you know. Yeah. So another key thing about them kind of environments is the networking situation. You see what I'm saying to you? Who you network with, and this is where I'm saying we got to pass this on to ours now. You know what I mean? Learning how to network. You see what I'm saying to you? So it's not because do you know what I'm saying to you? Because like man, you have to learn how to network, man. So we have to get them to appreciate the power of networking. And then this is where private schools and all of these, because there's enough dunce youths in private schools. Let's not get it twisted. You see what I'm
And they
saying
just
to you?
rise through because of who they know.
Right. And they
Because,
get
for
through because of
example, they have these I forgot what the word
big
is.
up,
So
Mosh. Welcome.
Big up, Grand Risings.
They have this like thing where like certain of their parents or whatever will come in and talk about the field that they're in, and then what they offer is what's the words apprenticeships, right? And these apprenticeships will take you. So, okay, I really like so-and-so, or how's so-and-so, and they'll go to each other's houses and things like that, right? Or, for example, one of the black women I was talking to, her son was really friends with someone who was quite well off, and they were going to a ski trip, and they just paid for him. They paid for him to go in the Alps and this, that, and the other. And during that, he got himself a really good apprenticeship. Right. So what they do is they're like, all right, keep in touch. This whole keep in touch, take my business card is a real thing. Yeah. So it's all that knowing each other that can help them gain on the next step. Some of these, like Nai said, she said to me, they're complete dunces. That's why they have to get these tutors and things. But it's just who they know and who they're around. So a lot of this upper echelon is definitely about who you know, definitely.
Yep. I agree. Totally.
And now this is where we got to learn, sorry, Muslims, not to be ignorant. And even let me just speak for myself. This is where I've got to be careful, isn't it? Yeah, because we've got to also be careful not to put certain politics onto the youth, them. You know what I mean? Because it's the wrong time to do that. You get me? But sorry, Mosh, go on talk.
No, I was saying what the sister's saying. She's exactly right. I was fortunate enough to end up coaching a men's football team that was based around a private school. Yeah, and imagine I looked at this school and I just thought, like posh people from this background, that background. When I realized and started coaching the people, them, all their parents were working class, builders, painters, decorators. You know what I'm saying? Secretary, and all them thing there, and they just busted their gut to put their children in these schools. And what you found out afterwards is they busted their gut to do that. Their children excelled them in wealth, in knowledge, in connections, just in life, full stop. Like far exceeded what they ever did. Do you get what I'm saying? Far exceeded. There's so much connections. The level of the syllabus. Like I train a young man now, yeah, and he's doing politics. That's what he's doing. He's not doing geography and history. He's doing politics. And art history, not art history. Do you feel what I'm saying to you? They're doing different things, man. Different things. The things that they can take and go forward in life with.
But this is what
I don't know though. I mean, what can you do? Hold on a second, because I think a bit of that is all that glitters is not gold. I reckon, because at the end of the day, what can you do with art history?
What can you do about history? You take your degree of art history and you go and walk into like any corporate job pretty much. Because remember, there's so much graduate courses or graduate jobs. They're just looking for a graduate. Art history enables you to go and teach in university also.
Okay, so at that point, it's more about the prestige of the actual uni that
Right.
you're going to rather than
Right.
what the actual working Okay, yeah, I got
Right.
that.
So
Yeah,
people
yeah,
are
yeah, I
coming
got
out.
you. I got you.
People are coming out with degrees and becoming recruitment consultants, owning their own recruitment
Because
businesses.
we couldn't leave with that degree and get them type of job there.
Of course you
Well,
could. I know people
this
that have done the same thing. I know black
I,
brothers that have done the same thing.
What,
Exact same
got
thing.
art job, art degrees.
Yeah, different, very different degrees.
But then you see what's happening is you may be looking at it in a different limelight. In the fact that if I'm looking at art history, that means that I can be hired within certain policies to able to find the right history of art to able to utilize. It's like history. History gets you into law, it gets you into accountancy, it gets you into politics. So when you say art history, it's not the per se art that we go to a gallery, but art in the fact of the concept of behind the job.
That's what I'm trying to say. Art history. Like, it's a different thing to art. That's why I said not art, art history. Because you can
Because
become you know what I'm saying? Archaeology. Like, you start using those things. You look at archaeology, historians. Do you know what I'm saying? All kinds
Yeah,
of
yeah, I
different.
got you, man. My bad, my
so if
bad.
it's like for instance, if I said like I deal with black history, I do black history in the university, then the jobs that I will get, like I can get into politics and able to express or give surveys of a particular group within a political area.
But even listen, even being a lecturer in a university, like, do you know how many universities hire their ex students or fresh? Like, they hire so much young people. People don't
Yeah, that's
understand.
true. Still, my uni definitely hired a couple of yeah. So yeah, I get that.
Do you know what I'm
See,
saying?
that's the same thing what I was saying to you, like because I do history a lot and see like people like, let's say for instance reparations Karakun will email me to help them to do some research, so then I have to go and do the research within the archives and get all the information that they need for a particular law or subject that they are looking for, which you will get paid for, because remember sometimes it's just the research team as well, and you could get paid for that.
It's true. It's true. And again, to be fair, even bringing up these sort of topics, it is exposure, in it, Car. For many of us, we wouldn't even necessarily know the politics of that kind of the other side of that world in that respect. So, yeah, that's still.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It opened my eyes up. And that's why when they say the company you keep will ultimately can help you set your goals in life. Because me playing and coaching these guys around football and having drinks with them and seeing certain things and understanding certain things, yeah, and the levels that they get to, but they don't get to it on their own. Like my brethren, he's like a big wig in the gaming industry, yeah. But he got there because my next brethren gave him a foot on the ladder, yeah, and set him up nice. You get me? So now he's worked and busted his gut. My next brethren's gone to Thailand to live, yeah, and work a business over there. Come back. He's trying to get his foot on the ladder. Oh, let me call up my man. Boom. Now you're back on the ladder. You feel what I'm saying? That's how easy the game is when you're in those circles. Like, it's not a joke. Like, it's not a joke. People don't understand. Yeah. More than anything, the connections you make in that thing, yeah, is different. Different.
yeah.
And you
Because
trust me.
even in law, if you look at law, majority of all politicians, you will find that they had to learn history, because law itself is history, because
Steeped in
they go
history, yeah.
historical cases to able
Hmm.
to prove or justify the case that they're in at that
That's
moment.
right. Landmark cases, that's right. Because again, when you do art history, and that's the thing, doing something like art history will allow you to become, for example, a researcher for a barrister or QC or something, a case researcher, because that's what you're good at doing, researching history and looking for certain landmark cases. And then whilst you're doing that, you study and you become a member. You're in esteemed like company anyway. So for you to become a member of the bar once you qualified and all them thing there is easy. You get
That's
me?
what you're
Trust me.
paying for. You're paying for your
Yeah.
social circle. That's where the term silver spoon in your mouth comes from. Like, it's not a surprise that majority of the MPs and everything else all went to Eton. Do you
Mm.
understand? Like,
And
there
then
are a
Oxbridge on
small
top of that. Yeah.
section. Yeah, there's a small section of these jobs available, and they are held out for a certain boys' club. What you're paying for when you're going to these places are exposure and your circle, your potential circle of what you're going to go into, and making life easy. And that's
right.
why I say it's more it's a strategic game. It's not necessarily how. Unfortunately, it's not always about the smartest and the brightest. We know there's loads of people that could have been great footballers, artists, and that are more talented, more educated than other people that just never made it through that should have. It's about your exposure and your circle. That's what you're paying for. That's why I always say exposure is key. Like, just to get in there, get a foot in that door, build those relationships, build those rapports, collect those business cards. Because all of it is just a strategic game. It's messy.
Yeah, definitely. And again, don't look at just Eton, because I think that's what we think when we see people think about these schools. They think about the Etons and the Cambridge and the Oxford and so on and so forth. They don't see the places like the Dulwich colleges and things like that, and the Allanes that have got people that live in Peckham and Dulwich and Brixton that go there. Do you know what I'm saying? Young black brothers that go there. Yeah, like I said, I know them. They're friends of mine, good friends of mine. You get me? These men go to work in central London and sit down at barristers and all them kind of thing there. Do you get me? Like, and they have the connections. Certain cases, yeah, we just call up my man. Do you get what I'm saying? Even me, certain little issues, yeah, I just call him and say, yo, and he don't even deal with that law, but he can always put me in touch with someone that's top of the game in that side. You know what I'm saying? There's levels, man. That social club is serious, serious, serious social club.
Yep, I think we all definitely concur with them kind of vibrations still. And like I'm saying, I think the trick will be to teach ours to do it from a young age, man, just like they're doing in the so-called private schools and so forth. And I see, so she made a comment, you see, but basically she made a comment where, look, I know I'm homeschooling this year, but I've been noted all the companies, clubs they used at their old private school closely with, and I'm looking to do it myself. It's very hard. It's what I'm saying to you, but I'm just saying that if we plug into certain knowledge, all we gotta do is try to replicate it, because you know what I mean, you don't have to reinvent the wheel, man. But yeah, man, I think one of the key words definitely today has been exposure. You know what I'm saying to you? And I think for many of us, it can be done. It just probably means that we would have to make some sacrifices elsewhere. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Where it'll be less about ourselves and more about the you. And I see EIE said that my children will be my biggest investments. We know how the other echelons deal with it. And that's something that we can replicate, in it. But if some of us are going to be more interested in, you know, fucking the latest red or whatever kind of nonsense is going on out there right now, as opposed to sending your youth to this course or on that little club or this, that, and the other. You know what I'm saying to you? Then that's going to be the result, man. But I think, like Kushi was saying, I think as parents, it's definitely in our hands, especially in them early years, man. You know what I mean? To set the pace, set the agenda, give them a plan to follow.
Do you know the worst thing is?
You know what I mean?
I agree with you. And then the other part is that middle phase, like especially nowadays, because they're getting exposed to things so much younger now. Do you get what I'm saying? And there's also becoming that middle phase now that you have to be kind of like, you have to be on the ball. Do you get what I'm saying? But it's difficult to be on the ball without becoming overbearing. Do you feel what I'm saying? It's difficult, trust me, because there's all kinds of things going on even now, like conversations I'm having with my pitney them, or I've had to have with my pitney them. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's not that my pitney them ain't bad. None of my pitney them is bad, but I have to educate them on certain things because these things are around. You get what I'm saying? And I take my pitney them way out of ends just to stay away from that shit on a regular, but it's still find them. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's one of the things, in it, Carl. You obviously bring up your child to be a good member of society, but then you send them out amongst the junk of them. You see what I'm saying to you? So I get that, man. I get that, man. And this is what I'm saying. Yeah, it is, man, and that's why again it comes down to yes, parenting, yes, because you see, as a man now, what do you, when it comes to boy children, what do you think the sort of influential ages are for peer group pressure and that, or where it becomes optimum at least?
From you touch school.
From you touch secondary.
Nah, man, from you touch school, full stop. That's my
Oh,
experience.
primary.
School. Yeah, from you touch school.
Okay.
You develop your. I remember it vividly. Like you would develop your cliques. You kind of ascertain from early out who's the tough ones, who's the weaker ones. Do you know what I'm saying? Who's the smart ones? You ascertain all of that stuff from early. You do. I think sometimes we downplay what goes on in the minds of young men. You get me? We start to look up to people from a very young age. Very young age. Do you get what I'm saying? Very young age, man.
Primary school. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to hear that. To be fair, I didn't think you were going to say primary. I thought you were going to say somewhere in secondary school. But all right, you're saying in primary school. And do you think that's still true of today?
Yeah, totally. Like, listen, even with my little brothers, I got little twin brothers, and I remember them going to nursery and me taking them nursery and picking them up from nursery, and seeing their clique form and how popular they were as being twins. Yeah. And seeing the other young boys look up to them. They didn't know about looking up. They couldn't tell you that they was looking up, but they were looking up to them. They wanted to follow them. They were already influenced by my little brothers.
Nah, yeah, fair enough. I hear what you're saying. Actually, I'm just.
And you know why that is? Because the teachers and the people, and they see twins, right? And they're like, "Oh, twins, it's cute, it's twins, right?" So they get extra attention. They get extra. You get what I'm saying? Cuteness, like comments about cuteness and so on and so forth. And the young boys see that. The young boys see that, and they want to aspire to be that. Teachers nice. Everyone want to be told nice things.
Yeah, I get that.
The same you see in all role models. There's males out there that are role models because they get enough girl. And man that want enough girl look up to these men. And then there's man out there that are businessmen and they're doing their thing, and the young man that want to do that look up to them. You get me? Football, all of it. We look up to these people from young. We just got to be honest, that's all. You get me? We just got to be honest and replay back our youth and understand we were looking up to people from very young. It wasn't secondary school. Trust me on that.
Yeah. I don't know if it's different for girls, but I'm hearing you still. I'm trying to think. Because I never really used to look up to people. I think my mum and dad was always my people, them to look up to. I've never. Yeah. Although maybe sort of subconsciously, but yeah, I'm hearing you still. I'm just trying to think of. Right
So, for
now.
example, all right then. So for example, for example, give yourself pre 10 years old or pre 11. Yeah, think about a singer, artist. It doesn't have to be someone in your social circle, because these are people that, you know what I'm saying to you. These are people ultimately you're gonna look up to and emulate.
I hear you. Yeah. Well, I've definitely had salt and pepper haircut. me and my sister, and you get me.
Come on.
My third time. Yeah, that's the Zalika, man. We both had the salt and pepper haircut. Brad and the yards, You know when they just had the hair at the top and the sides and that was shaved.
Come on.
Play motion.
Old
And
school.
them days I used to have an Africa shaved in the back of my head. You get me? And
Okay.
blonde, bleach blonde. Hey!
Jeez.
Woo!
Lit.
And you're gonna make me go back to man. Those are some good days, man. God damn. We used to have a little Tyson cut as well. Little Tyson cut. Jeez.
Come
Me
on.
a style away apart, man. But I hear you still.
Come
Salt and
on.
pepper's here and we're in effect. Come on,
Come on.
boy. You know, sir.
But yeah,
The
but
other
even
day I
going
was
back.
coming from somewhere, yeah, and
Mm,
I saw one of my old mates from way, way back when, yeah, we used to go youth club together. Stevie Wilson, big up, and yeah, he's no, and do you remember when you was trying to teach us the salt and pepper dance?
mm-mm.
Yeah, really, because I tell them, man, they say, oh, you lot can't dance, stop it, man. But they used to give it a try. But
Talking about man.
yeah,
You
man.
smashing up MC Hammer moves out here. You get
Oh,
me?
come on, man.
Yeah. Like a man, no, you get me?
Those were some good days, man.
Yeah.
Did you have a youth club growing up? Did you used to go to any youth clubs and that?
Yeah, man, used to go through, but at that time we had Adventure Playground, innit? So we had Adventure at New Cross and the one in Camberwell, on what's the road now?
That's a big one, the one in Campbell, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, on the little
I
side
think
road
it's
there
the
by the
same
train
one.
bridge. By Wyndham Road and all that.
Do you remember, yo, health and safety? I think maybe enough of us could have dead many a time. When you think about growing up and certain things you used to get up to when
Mm-hmm.
there was absolutely no health and safety and all that malarkey, man. When you talk about adventure playgrounds and that, because I remember some games. Do you remember that thing you just had it was just like a little roundabout, yeah.
Mm.
But we used to spin it and you used to have to like pick up the can or something. Oh, I can't remember, but people definitely come flying off for that thing, man.
Listen, I see
Anyway,
bad man. Youth club.
I digress. But yeah, man, you have to make your own fun, boy. And boy, did we
Mm.
make some fun.
Yeah. But then again, look at that. We were doing that from before we was in secondary school. We were making our social circles. We knew who we wanted to be amongst us. Do you get me? We did. From back then, we knew who we wanted to surround ourselves like, and we normally surrounded ourselves with people that were similar to us in either thought or behavior. Do you get what I'm saying?
Are you? Are you? Oh yeah, okay. So hold on. Where were you talking? Are you back in primary school now? Or you just talk about generally?
But from primary
Because
school.
in primary school, I think for myself, I think we're just all lumped together with people basically in your area or whatever, whatever.
Mm.
Do you know what I'm saying to you? Some of them were good. Oh, I must admit though, I suppose there was certain youths at school. They were just already showing certain tendencies,
Mm.
and they did actually go on to fulfill said flipping tendencies.
Hmm.
Um, yeah. We had a baller in our school still, big ball. He went on to play some good ball, and so anyway, he's also on the apprentice, and so anyway, but yeah.
Come on.
Mm, and his brother was a singer. But yeah, man. But what I was gonna you had said something that I wanted to catch on. So in terms of influences, yeah,
Mm.
because and external influences that are available today. So one, I think we could sort of safely say that there's more quote unquote. It could be called role models, if you want to call it that, or at least persons known to us than maybe when we were coming up. Yeah.
Mm.
In terms of in the public eye, this, that, and the other. Because yeah. So are we happy with the majority of the figures that we have? Are we happy with them? Do we think that they are like I don't want to say real figures, but do you think that they've been put there? Do you know what I'm saying to you to kind of steer us away from certain realities, or
Nah,
like let me? Do you understand what I'm saying? Or
personally,
just clean
yeah.
that up a bit?
Personally, it's difficult because you see people, right, and then you're like, yeah, this is a brother, yeah, and you watch him and you kind of see them develop, and then you see to get to certain levels, it seems like as though like to get to certain levels, there's there's a way the way that somebody has to go, or there's something that somebody has to do to get to the next level. That's what it seems like to me looking back on it, and like we've like we've even put videos and watched other people's videos and heard certain people talk and stuff like that, and you can even see the training and the way that they're going and how their arguments have changed now. Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm like, you're gonna see this guy be big now because he seems to be towing the softer line, which is required of him, and that's what I see too much of. You get what I'm saying? So I'd say there might be quantity, but the quality of it's not the same, and the quality ones will always be sat on panels and not out at the forefront because there's a different agenda at play.
Right. I get you. And I mean, that's why I just say we need to allow all the man worshipping anyway, or the man leader thing and whatever. You know what I'm saying? And just become leaders ourselves and make sure that our children are their own leaders. You see what I'm saying to you? Rather than follow, said persons because of whatever reason or ideology that they may have. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying we've got to start concentrating more on the message, you know what I mean, than the man. Because as soon as the man fucks up or whatever, or some kind of negativity goes against him, the whole message is, you see what I'm saying to you? And that doesn't work in other places. You get what I'm saying to you? You can have situations where a man might, what can I use as an example? I don't know. What's a good example? Can't even think of one now. But the point being is just for us to deal with the message in it. Because my thing is, when they keep, and I'm going to say giving us now I'm just going to say, when they keep giving us, you get me, people to follow, you understand what I'm saying to you? They're always in control, because when they're ready to pull the rug from underneath, you know what I'm saying to you, they just pull that rug and then we're back in, at square one again. When it comes to the man, I'm talking about the man worshipping thing, innit? You see what I'm saying to you? Whether it be a leader in the fucking community, whatever, innit? Louder, you get me? Louder man worshipping. Everyone lead themselves. Everyone educate themselves and just keep it popping, man. Because this latest thing with whoever this new, it's just long, man. And then everyone else spends 2 weeks chatting about it and just labber it, and you know what I mean? Just mashing up the whole thing. It's just, oh God. Sometimes we're just too predictable. I gotta be real, man. And I think it's the same. I think it's the same energies at play now than that was in 60s, 70s, 80s coming right true. You know what I mean? It's just a different type of machine using different, you know what I mean? Using 21st century, techniques, as it were. Yeah, man. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just a madness, man. It's crazy.
And the man don't keep falling for it.
Keep falling for it, man.
Man don't keep falling for it. Stuck in the same arguments.
And going back to then our original conversation, or what Sis Kushti was saying in terms of the teachings, and what you were saying, how it's so important to lay the right foundation in our children. You see what I'm saying to you? So that there's certain things they're gonna hear, they're not even gonna take that on board, man. Because do you know what I'm saying to you? Because they're so knowledgeable in certain things, you're just gonna let it wash over you. You see what I'm saying to you? Trust me, man. Because it's only if you're not well grounded in certain things, I believe, how certain little breezes can come and you just blow away. You get me? Any little breeze gone, you blow away. Because you're not full in your foundation, man. Seriously, I think it's very important, man. What's that noise?
You know the really
boy, man. Go on, talk. Now, me will talk. I'm a Kekla boy.
Oh, sorry.
Go on,
Kush.
The realest thing for me, is when I must have gone to like travel, when my parents took me traveling, So like when I probably when I was young, the first time I can remember going to Jamaica, And when you see what it is to actually be in a shanty town or living in certain areas and things like that, and then you go back to school and people are talking about the hood and the ghetto and things like that, you realise that this don't make no sense. This is what I'm saying about putting structure to, and what you're saying about, I was saying about instilling in things, because once you know better, it's very hard to go back to ignorance once your eyes have seen things and you've seen things. What people chat to you can't do nothing to you when you've seen it. The same, and this goes again down to the exposure. Once you've seen things and learned things and seen different people and different opportunities, it's very hard for someone to then tell you the opposite. Because once you see people living hard and things like that, you don't necessarily want that for your life. It's not something that you want to boast about. It's not something that you want when you see struggle. So it's like what Rick said, it's like about, you got to understand that kids get things very quickly. Even if they can't articulate it into the particular words, they can sense and feel things, and they can make their decisions up from there, and what they want and what they don't want, and what doesn't look good and what looks good. So they can't be influenced by other people or tell you this is the way it is or how it should be or how you want to be or what to claim. Why has everyone gone quiet?
Oh, we were just
I got
listening,
noise
man.
in the Yeah, I was listening. I got noise in the background. I don't want to disturb the thing, so
Yeah, no, I hear you.
Yeah. All
Trust
right,
me,
big up
because
Sexy,
when I saw
Scardy,
Real
and
Ghetto Boy, that was on next level, open up my eyes, trust me.
in terms of going and seeing real
hardship and ghetto and do you know what I mean, or things like that. I don't know what you're claiming or what you want to be a part of or what you want, do you know what I mean, because you really don't want that, do you know what I mean? So it just opens your eyes differently. Traveling will open
and
your
that's
eyes
why I'm
differently.
saying that's why I'm saying that we in England we import we that whole ghetto thing, as far as I'm concerned, it's been imported. You see what I'm saying to you? Because even if you were to compare American ghettos to English ghettos, it's two different things, man. Like seriously.
It is.
You know what I'm saying?
Really
That's
is.
why, yeah, man, that's why they bun out them, them films like Boys in the Hood and all of them things. They bun them out, man, because they did England no good as far as I'm concerned. It's essentially they did our communities no good. You know what I'm saying to you? And just like when Motion was just saying about influence and that. Do you know what I'm saying to you? I've been listening to certain of the podcasts and that, and the man them directly say, yeah, them shit they influenced them. You know what I mean? They went into their hoods, tried to start up Crip and all them kind of shit. You know what I'm saying to you? And you know what I mean? So in that respect, I definitely appreciate what Motion's saying in that respect still. And then obviously because they didn't have any proper strong role models, it was so easy for them just to go out there and start that kind of nonsense. You know what I mean? But yeah, in terms of the ghetto thing, that's why even again as parents, I think it's important for us to try to take our children back to our native lands. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Let them touch base home once they really, really come in it, so they've got some idea. You know what I'm saying to you, Carl?
What
You
it's
got people
really like, what that really living is truly like. Yeah, once you see that, no one can tell you that that's the thing and that's life for the rest of your life. It can't be. That cannot be. So
absolutely.
But this is what happens when you let social media and TV raise your pitney. Like, to be honest with you, do you know what I mean? If what you see on TV is your gospel, that's when you're gonna have problems.
Absolutely, and again, it comes back to that things that we were saying about exposure. And it is very, very, very important. You know what I mean? Given that different exposure. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And again, this is something like you were saying, sis. It takes energy, it takes money. You know what I mean? And effort. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But again, as parents, these are the things that we got to do, man. Because some parents, they're not doing it, man. And I don't see how in 2021. Sorry, I had my door open. How in 2021, some parents are really still expecting the government, the system, whatever, to raise their children, and they don't want to put in no effort, no commitment, no nothing. You know what I'm saying to you? And then when certain needs come out a certain way, they wonder why. Other children of parents have got to be more invested in what their children are actually doing. You know what I mean? Whether you're working or not, man. You know what I'm saying to you? You got to know what your children are doing out here, man. And I speak about this a lot, like back in the day, where if you as a parent know that your child don't work, yeah, young 13, 14, 15-year-old, whatever, he don't work, but he's coming in or she's coming in with the latest of bits and bobs. Yeah. Now, if as a parent you ain't asking no question, I'm saying you're an absolute failure. No disrespect. You know what I'm saying to you? Because if you're not asking where, you know that you ain't giving them that money and this and that, and you know they're not getting money from here and there to go to. So why are you not asking certain questions? You know what I mean? Because at that point, you're complicit.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? You're complicit, or I know it might be. I know certain parents might be in hardship, this, that, and the other. But that's why I say one. If you know when you have picnic, especially as a mother, you know what I mean. As a woman, you must know what you're doing when you're having a child, because anything can happen, and you will be left holding that baby. So all
But you
right,
know
then.
what
With
as
that
well,
being
Nines?
said,
You know what I'm saying as well, Nines, yeah, is what you're saying is right on the mother as well, yeah. But the other part is this, and I see it all too often, yeah. And it's happened to a couple of my younger family members, yeah, where even me as like an older uncle or cousin, I'm being requested to go and have conversations with people, you understand me? And I'm saying, yo, what happened to them father? I'm asking, man, rare tear tear, and he's just on this, and rare tear, and he's on this, and rare tear tear. And I'm like, yo, give me him number, let me call him. Because I'm saying she's asking you for help. And all too often, the man them ain't fucking helping when they're asking for help for whatever bitterness reasons or whatever reasons it is. And this is the next aspect that we need to, you understand me? There's too much bitterness. Yes, your relationship might end bad or whatever, whatever. But you need to learn to separate the picnic them from the relationship once the relationship end, because I'm seeing too much people asking their people for help and they're not getting the help. And then they want to blame the mothers when the man I
well,
mean.
yeah, I mean, that's a whole yeah, man, different conversation again, but. I definitely agree with that still, and by default, that should be the setting. You see what I'm saying to you, Motion, and like you said, even if the situation doesn't work out, they should both still be invested. This, that, and the other. Agreed. However, we know in real life it not goes on certain times. You see what I'm saying to you, and as a woman, I'm just saying, well, boom. As women, we should always try and have certain capabilities where I don't even want to say you don't want to, because I don't want to make it into a real. But all I'm saying, Mosh, is that invariably the woman is left holding the baby in it.
Yeah,
You
true.
see what I'm saying?
For the most
So
part, yeah.
at the same time, she can still make certain decisions. You know what
Mm.
I mean? Where you don't even need to get to that point. It could be said, especially if you've done it once, then you do it a second. You know what I'm saying to you? Because some look like them don't want to learn. You know what I mean?
But you know
That's
what though?
also
You know why I say this, Nines though? Cause check this now, yeah. All right, I'm gonna give you a perfect example, right? And so my oldest son, when he was what 14, yeah, from young I buy him phone, and he's on his phone and he's got a couple pictures of gal in a bikini and red tear tear, yeah. Now, obviously, I make sure his phone get checked and red tear tear, and my mother found the picture of them in the phone, yeah, and my sister them and mother them start talk to him and red tear tear as a woman. Now, I'm looking at this situation and they want me to do with it different to them. They want me to do with it like them. You feel me? But he not looking at them in the same way that he gonna listen to me. Cause they are his family members. I am his role model. I am the person where people see her and say, "Yo, where your dad red, and you look just like your dad and red." You understand what I'm trying to say to you? I am the person he looks up to. Those are the people he loves. Do you get what I'm saying to you? There's a level, and that's what we have to recognize. Yeah. So at some point, we have to realize that the role models that men will look to will be men. The only other people that can get them out of that shit will be another man being a better role model.
well, you're not gonna get no argument from us in that respect, Motion. But then, as you reiterated it again, I get all right. Then boom, let's have the conversation. Then because boom, let me ask you. Then seemingly, you know what I mean. There's certain, why can't they hold down the position, man? Like you said, even if the relationship fails, breaks up, whatever. You know what I'm saying? She like Ultra was saying before, he thinks one of the main problems is a breakdown of the family unit. We had Hotep Bo on here before talking about, single mothers in America. Okay, all of these things. So then why do you think some men are having a problem fulfilling their position as fathers then? Even you know what I mean? Like I said, if the relationship does not work out from a man's perspective.
Weak mind.
Weak mind.
Weak mind.
Do you want to expound upon weak mind?
Making tough decisions, being able to and wanting and committing yourself to making tough decisions. So, for example, you got your woman at home, and you're in another relationship, and she want to do this and that, but you put that over everything else, bro. That's a weak mind. You don't want to upset the apple cart, so you one side, you pick them. No, that's a weak mind. In my view, that's a weak mind. You're arguing with your woman, she's jealous because she's jealous of your baby mother, so you don't go and see your picnic them because you don't want to upset the apple cart. No, think what you want and think them and picnic them. If you don't want to deal with me, deal with me, and that's that. Weak mind. Looking for mothers, consistently looking for mothers. You get me?
Weak mind.
Enough, man. Consistently looking for mothers, not realizing it.
That's an interesting point. What you just said. You said a lot of men are consistently looking for mothers.
Mm-hmm.
In their female partners.
Yeah.
I mean, I must admit, in these recent months or whatever, I am sort of acknowledging more that certain men do definitely have mummy issues. Yeah, which I'm a little bit surprised about, to be fair, but
you can't be. Not in the modern day. I used to be surprised about it, but when you look at the modern life and the modern life that even a single mum has to live and go through, you understand that the love at home might not necessarily be as much as it would be if there were two parents there, dad's bringing in most of the bacon, so to speak, and mum can just work here and there when she needs to. That whole family unit has broken. That whole family unit is broken. So
yeah, but even the thing is, yeah, but because like I was saying to the family before, yeah, I don't think single mothers per se are a new thing. Yeah. And I mean, you did make a point about today, so I can definitely acknowledge that maybe single mothers today and what they've got to go through as compared to times gone by might be a bit different. But yeah, in terms of mummy, so what are they? So hold on, why would a man or you have mummy issues? Because mummy's going out to work, this, that, and the other, because she's a single mother or whatever, she's putting bread on the table, whatever. Yeah. Why would you have issues about that? So it's not around her going to work then, is it? It's got to be something else.
It'll be different things. So I'll give you an experience I had there coaching a football team. A young man, he was playing, right? And this youth is a top baller. Yeah, top baller. And the coaches that was coaching him, all they were doing was they were just not good. They were not motivating. They were not encouraging. And throughout the game, you could just see this youth, yeah. Now, my son's playing in this match, but my son grew up watching his father play football every week. So my son knows that even if you're losing 3-4 nearly, you put everything in the game because you can score 2 goals. And you understand? Yeah. So my son's still going, you get me? But this you, I'm watching this you play, and he's the best player on the pitch, Nines. Yeah. By far as well, you get me? Yeah. And half time come and the coach is shouting, red there, red there. I said, you know what, brother, can I say something? Please, I beg you, yeah. And I took the youth them and I said, listen, you lot are better than these lot, much better than them lot, yeah. The only difference is that you're there, they want to win. That's the only difference. They're playing with heart, you get me? And you man, I had something go wrong, and everything is now the world is down on you, yeah. Seen? Second half, they come back and they draw the game, yeah. And they come out proud like they won the game. They could have been the final to them, yeah. And the key to that was encouragement. You see the youth in the middle of the pitch, that was the best player on the pitch. I had to take him to the side and talk to him and say to him, brother, you're the best player on the pitch. And encourage him. You know what that showed me? He don't get the said encouragement at home.
Okay.
Football something. So you see this football something that his mum just pays for him to do to get him out of the house to keep him active. It's not something that she actively sponsors him doing and watches and sponsors him with her time. He comes and jumps in my car or other parents' cars because she's working or coming from
Right,
work. You get me? He don't have
right.
saying, son, you're good, you know. Do you know, even as a big man, Nines, you know, I played Brixton Summer League, you know, even as a big man, one of my favourite moments is going and play. And I won beer things at football and rugby. But one of my favourite moments is sport is going and playing football, yeah, in the tournament and winning the semi-final, yeah, and getting man of the match in front of my mother.
Right.
Even big man.
Right. Okay, so I get you, and I guess it could be argued at that point that's a bit of a double-edged sword. Do you know what I'm saying? You for and let's be honest as well. There'll be some instances where you got two parents working and no one still didn't make it to the game or to the recital or this that never, depending on the kind of works that the parents in. You see what I'm saying to you? Because you could have a works where they will let you off, you know, and you can have a works where it's proper plantation. So I get that, and I could understand why that would cause grievance to a. I don't know if that should give you. I mean, I can definitely appreciate where I've heard. Well, maybe certain, if we're using mums here, haven't been as encouraging about the football. They don't think it's going to make them any money. Definitely, especially you know what I mean, back in the early days or whatever. So would rather send the youth to. You know what I'm saying? To you, I appreciate that kind of vibration. And again, I guess it does actually come down to what we were saying before about actually investing in your child. And sometimes that takes more than just money. You know what I mean? Sometimes it might be time. So again, as parents, then again, it's down to us in terms of even not even maybe the jobs that we choose, but do you know what I'm saying to you though? Because even it could be argued that's why certain people even change up their job, change up certain lifestyles to be able to
Yeah.
accommodate their children in it. You know what I'm saying to you? So I can even if you got a baller and this and that, because I've got a friend to be honest. You understand what I'm saying to you? And she's got a daughter that's a baller. You see what I'm saying to you? So you know I'm proper on that. But she even speaks about the different places where she's had to drive, you know what I mean? Just to take her on a little football game, this,
Nine.
that, and the other. You know what I'm saying?
Nine. Sorry to
So,
cut you. Is that South London? Is that South London?
yeah.
Okay. My brother's in Sutton.
Streatham way.
You know,
Streatham way.
my brother's got a football academy, you know,
Is that right?
and he's linked to Charlton, Palace, and all that.
Listen, let me know. I'll send the link, man, Carl. I tell you, so the girl good. And even the other day I went there and I was just having a little, I was saying to her mum, the other day I went there and there was a ball in it. So you done all the settings. So I was vamping with her, you get me? And yeah, she give me one tackle the bedroom. I'm telling you, so now I can feel it, you know. I'm like,
Gee.
yo. But you know, you can't even make the young girl and I say, yo, you really
Yeah.
just touched me up. I wet. Yeah, she trung. And that just reminded me, yes, so yeah, now big on my But you know, I still try and chuck it, man. You
Come on,
get
you got
me?
it. I got a match in a couple of hours. Yeah. I went training
Oh,
Thursday. First time in 21 months. Oh no,
oh,
me I try jog and my leg them know how I move. I said you right.
yeah. I
I get
could
all you
imagine,
know.
man. I
Yeah.
could imagine. In fact, good. That's a good little excuse actually
everybody.
that I'm out actually. So what's today? Today's what? Saturday.
Saturday,
Good
yeah.
Hey,
Saturday.
Saturday.
Big up Larry, brother. Big up yourself.
Hello, Motion. Did you used to play rugby at one
I
point?
still play rugby.
Oh, you still play rugby? Okay.
Yeah.
All
Still
right.
play.
Who do you play for?
Oh, I don't disclose that information.
All right. Okay. I used to play what's it? Rugby union, rugby league. Did
Yeah.
American football for a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Stopped playing.
Yeah, I played league as well. So I played league first, to be fair.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
When I used to play, there used to be a club called Crystal Palace Amateur Rugby League. Then I used to play for a team called London Crusaders for like their seconds. Yeah, that was we're talking 90s. Yeah, the 90s.
Okay.
And I used to play union for London Wasps under 21s and Roslyn Park under 21s.
Roslyn Park, yeah.
Yeah, then I stopped.
Yeah, To be fair, I got scouted for Barnes when I was younger still.
Barnes.
Yeah.
Barnes have a semi-pro or pro team. I didn't know Barnes had.
Yeah, they play National League, national lower level.
Really?
Yeah, so I got scouted for Barnes, but I was so into football that I had the opportunity for both in it, football or rugby, and I played football all my life, so I just stuck to football. Do you know what I mean? So
Okay, you stuck to
yeah,
football.
yeah.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, and I was just never really into football. I mean, I grew up in a country where football was the national sport, but when they brought me to England, I just gravitated to rugby and American football. Did that.
What did you enjoy most about rugby?
Oh, it was just the direct control you had of the ball.
Mm.
Whereas you were kind of relying on your legs with football. Rugby, you could just pick it up, sidestep, break tackles, run off. Plus, actually, my introduction to rugby was actually in Nigeria. The school I used to go to, they'd be playing football during lunchtime, and then one of the boys would just pick up the ball and go, rugby! And they'd start running, but it was a lot more violent, punching, kicking.
Okay.
And they'd try and make it to the other goal. Or sometimes one guy would pick up the ball, and then the other two strongest students from the other class, they would walk, and they would just walk. And if you came near them, they said, what are you doing? Get out of the way. And then they would just walk to the goal and put in. But that was my introduction to it.
Okay.
When I came to England, and I know it had more rules to it and stuff. So I said, oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so I did it. It was fun, but football never interested me. I did support it for a while and watch football, but I don't know. I used to be, before I stopped, I used to be a QPR.
Okay.
When I was a kid, I was a Man U supporter growing up in Nigeria. Then I came to England and I thought, I can't support Man U because I've never been to Manchester. So choose a London team. So then I chose Arsenal, but then I realized that the majority of Londoners were like Arsenal supporters and most of them are dickheads. So I thought, no, I'm not going to choose Arsenal. Choose a team, a London team with more character that no one knows of. There aren't that many supporters. So I thought, let's see. Fulham, no. Charlton, nah. QPR, yeah. So I went for QPR.
Okay. That's a QPR, you know.
Yeah, it's a team with character. You don't always have to support teams that win all the time. You know,
but I support Aston Villa, bro. Yeah.
Villa, they won the European Cup back in 81.
Yeah. 82.
82, sorry. Yeah, they won it. I think it was after Nottingham Forest won it, and then they won it. I think more England teams would have won it, but they got banned for 5 years, didn't they?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. That's right, yeah. It was Forest, Liverpool, and Villa.
Liverpool, yeah. They dominated the 80s. John Barnes.
Come on.
Is 90th there? Or do you remember, what was the name of that Australian guy who used to play for Liverpool in the 80s? He was quite good.
In the 80s?
Yeah, he was the one who created the Predator football boots. He started a company, and then for a while in the 90s, there were football boots called Predator. And
I remember the Predator boots, but I don't know the baller you're talking about.
Yeah, he was him, this Australian guy. He was, because they had a Zimbabwean guy who was Grobler, who was the goalkeeper. Then they had an Australian guy who used to play in their team in the 80s. He was really good. I've forgotten his name. Yeah,
was he a defender?
No, I can't remember. I think it was like a midfield or something. He was good. 90th and 99 would probably remember because I think she's a Liverpool.
Moby was Danish. Hansen was a defender. Lawrence and who else?
And then Hansen 80s. I thought he was more 70s, wasn't he?
No, Hansen is into the 80s as well, man.
Oh, the 80s. So he goes into the 80s.
Yeah.
Dalglish was 70s.
Oh, what's his name? Oh, shit. What's his name? Did he have dark hair?
Yeah, he did. Long dark hair. He was a funny.
Oh, man.
Had a big personality.
Not Nail, not Case. Oh, what was his name? I'm like, listen, let me forget that question because I'm gonna end up sitting there for ages thinking about it.
I think it was Craig Johnson. I just found South African-born Australian former professional footballer. He played as a midfielder between 1977 and 1988, winning the European Cup. Craig Johnson, I think that's him.
Craig Johnson, okay.
Yo, that's a Liverpool player.
You see, I knew
he made the Predator boot.
Yeah, we couldn't remember his name. Yeah, we were just talking about the team.
You could have saved us 2 minutes ago, Nines.
I was sorry, man. I had the thing on because I was just making a hot drink. But yeah, Craig Johnson with the curly hair, man.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
That's right.
he was funny. He was funny. Yeah, but then I turned off football. I stopped following it. The only thing I watch now is probably UFC
Fam,
from
John
time to
Barnes is
time.
what got me into football. John Barnes and Ruth Hullet.
And Rude Hullet,
Yeah.
interesting.
My people, a lot of my people, them were Rastas as well. Yeah, so seeing a
Oh,
man with dreadlocks on a football pitch, you get
yeah,
me?
that
Yeah,
was a big
it's a
deal.
big thing. You get me? It's like, who's that Rasta man playing football? You get me? And doing his thing, and he was bad as well. You get me? So yeah, John
Yeah,
Barnes and Rude Hullet. You get me?
yeah,
And then I
he was
supported
bad.
Villa. Cause Villa was one of them clubs that they bought Dwight York over from Trinidad.
Mm.
You get me? Neil Lamptey from Ghana. That they
They
was
had
bought
Dalian Atkinson, didn't they?
David Atkinson, Tony Daly, Mark
Tony
Waters, Paul
Daly,
Barrett, Paul McGrath. You get me? Just
yeah.
a big man that looked like man. You get me?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I
they
saw it
did.
as a team that, as a young player playing football, I'm looking at it as a team that would potentially sign me.
Okay.
Get me? Seeing that they give opportunities more than most other teams. It was only like Wimbledon, Villa, and Arsenal. Those three used to profile the most brothers in them back in the day.
Yeah, they actually, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, they did. Arsenal. Who else? Villa. Yeah,
And
Villa. Yeah.
Wimbledon, back in the day, Wimbledon used to
Oh,
profile
Wimbledon. Oh,
Wimbledon.
yeah.
Can't forget West Brom.
No, but you're going back to 70s, aren't you, with West
Yeah,
Brom?
West Brom were pioneers though, and that was before my time. I'm thinking about like as a kid, the teams that I gravitated to because of who played for them, and it would have been
Oh,
Villa.
fair play. My bad.
Get
My
me?
bad.
Yeah.
But I was ruthless as a football supporter. I used to cuss out people who supported teams that weren't in London when they lived in London. I used to cuss them out. So what team you support? Oh, I support Everton. What? And you live in Brentford. You're a dickhead. I say you're a glory hound. You're a glory hound. You're not passionate about the game. You just want all the glory. I used to cuss them out. Jokingly, of course. It wasn't serious. Just playing. Just playing.
I
What
think
happened to?
also, like going back to that because you brought it up. I think
Mm,
back to the conversation about the parenting. I think I found when my mother saw that I had too much energy,
yeah.
yeah, and so on and so forth, that would lead to trouble and so on and so forth. She decided that it would be best to get me into some kind of martial art or, do you know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Those kind of things to help deal with the because and that was the things that people turned to and people also understood them more. They didn't look at them as like what we see now as UFC or you and
mm,
some stupidness. People saw it as a disciplined teacher. You get me? We're going to teach him a skill and he's going to be disciplined. You get what I'm saying? And learn discipline. And I think those things we don't do as much either anymore. Do you get what I'm saying? And push the other sports outside of football because there are
that's true. Yeah.
different things and avenues that our kids can do. Do you get me? And be very successful in. Do you get me? But there's this focus on football because of the riches of football. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
I would rather there were more like, I don't know, apprenticeship. I don't know. It's just, I'd rather there were more people attaining skills, basic knowledge. But I guess it's a case of trying to make it much more enjoyable for the kid. So, I mean, trying to teach them the basics of finance, credit cards and how not to get into debt, all these little basic things which cause problems for people when they become adults. It's kind of
Mm-hmm.
hard trying to teach kids that because their attention isn't there. So you have to find something sort of sports, the martial arts, yeah, I guess, or if you have a educational surrounding where you teach the kids, but you also make sport or something active an integral part of the education.
Well, you
So
use it. For me, you use it as a both as a reward and a time filler. So you use it as also a rest period. Do you know what I'm saying? You use it as a way to refocus. So, for example, the relaxation parts in certain martial arts towards the ending of it will help enable you to refocus your mind, retrain your mind. Do you know what I'm saying? Plus the benefits that you're going to get from the exercise, which is going to benefit you in the long run also. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's also that aspect of it. So we're also encouraging a healthy mind, yeah, mindfulness also, yeah, and we're also encouraging fitness and we're also encouraging health. We're encouraging being supple. Do you know what I'm saying? All the things that's going to benefit you, especially as you age as well. Like as listen, me as a 42-year-old, I'm still more flexible than any of my clients. Any.
That's actually quite true because my son before lockdown was doing capoeira,
Yeah.
and
Capoeira.
I was really really proud of that, obviously because it has roots to it as well. But
Mm.
I noticed that there was definitely it's multi-leveled in that in martial arts because it kind of gives that because they were even doing a point where they were doing some sort of yoga and things like that as well, just to like zen the kids out and just calm them
Mm.
down with certain um, educational stuff that they were doing. So it's really healthy for kids to be involved in that, especially boys. And I don't
Mm-hmm.
think that it's really framed towards them. But yeah, I'm hoping that that starts back up because I really saw that as something really helpful.
And you know the
I
worst
wish
thing
I
is,
wish I could have got involved in that, because
but you can,
it's I
you
feel,
can.
I feel like my time is gone for that. It's just,
No, you know what, Kushti, listen, on my Insta even now, Ultra was talking about it. I got a 60-year-old woman, right? I teach boxing. She never boxed before. Yeah. And for me, in my job, I like to empower people, right? So ain't nothing better than me watching someone that's never known something in their life and just know, oh, I like the idea of boxing, but I've never done it before. Cool, get gloves on. I'm gonna teach you how to box. Yeah, that's gonna be your cardio at the end of your session. Sooner or later, we're doing a whole hour of boxing. You get me? And they can, you know what I'm saying?
no,
It's never too late to learn. You just got to be a blank canvas. That's it. Just be a blank canvas and say, "Do you know what? I'm here to learn." And it's such a release for people.
it really
Like,
is.
you know,
It really is.
and and
I
again,
agree.
if you take it as the release it's meant to be, you don't worry too much about, oh, I'm not a good boxer, or I'm flexible, or whatever. I'm not ready. You just say it's a release. You get
No,
me? I'm not
definitely. I
ready
was
to
thinking
box.
about
So
doing kickboxing as well, as you say that. I
mm,
was thinking about getting into that and I think it's a good release. So yeah.
I'm telling you, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. It's one of my most favorite classes to teach. Yeah, because I see development. I see people that can't punch turn to people that can punch. I see people that can't kick turn to people that can kick. I see people that haven't got no hand-eye coordination develop hand-eye coordination. And more than anything, I see their confidence fucking shoot through the roof. You get me?
Yeah, let me do
See,
a couple of lessons and then I'll show you what I've got in it. I think I'll be quite good because
yeah,
I was
I'm
doing
telling
it
you.
when I was younger, but just for like health purposes, like kickboxing, and I
Mm,
loved it. I loved it, especially like
yeah,
after like a hard day's work, man. That is just the best.
yeah, man. Honestly, it's one of my favorites, man. One of my favorite things to teach, man, and to do as well. I like to just get in, either get in the ring and spar, or just hit the bag. Do you get me? For an hour or so. It's one of the best things. It's such a good release. Do you get me?
My partner been saying that he wants my son to be doing boxing, but I'm just like, I can't. I ain't with the hitting of the head, and everyone says they don't have to punch your head and things like that, but I'm just like, I don't know. You know that movie that came out ages ago? It was like a Will Smith movie. Was it Concussion? And they were talking about the effects of American football on the men.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and that just stuck with me something bad, man. So anything to do with hitting the boy in the head, I'm just like, nah. I just, I'm like, no, no, no,
Mm.
no.
The
It's
problem
so
is though,
scary for me.
yeah, the problem is with that is that can happen in football. It can happen in the playground. You know what I'm saying? It could happen crossing the road. At what point do we say, "Do you know what? The rewards are greater than the potential risks." Do you know what I'm saying? And with everything, there's going to be a potential risk. You know what I'm saying? So we have to then weigh them up and say, "Do you know what? How do we manage them?" For example, I wanted him to box, or my partner wants him to box, but I don't want to for certain reasons. How do we find a middle ground? Okay, the middle ground can be, can he do a boxing class as opposed to doing boxing? So he can learn the art of boxing, he can learn the footwork, he can learn how to throw a punch, he can hit the bag, he can hit pads, and he can maybe even do body sparring. Do you know what I'm saying? Until you feel comfortable or confident enough to say, okay, we can now move on, or you're old enough for me to allow it to be. And the other part is, when you do go to a boxing club, you will mostly start doing things like what you'll be taught is. So for me, if it's sparring, I'd teach somebody, I'd say, listen, we are only punching at 50%.
But I
Do you know what
just
I'm
feel
saying?
like the natural aggression will be okay because okay, but with a boxing class, they're still hitting them on the head, right? They're still punching
No,
them on.
no, not if it's a class.
Oh,
No, not if
okay,
it's a class. No,
okay,
no. So
okay,
a class would be more like the circuit of boxing, and then you might do pad work and hit bags and stuff like that, as opposed to
okay.
actually, yeah, as opposed to actually fighting.
But Mosh, be honest, the majority is the natural development is that the kid's gonna want to do boxing, right? They're gonna want to get in a ring, and if they love it, they're gonna want to do the full blow thing, and then
Mm,
it's just like, oh, I don't. I know that this is all me. This is all of my problems and my feelings, and me probably
mm,
being the mother and the worrying. Do you know what I mean? But I'm
yeah.
just, I don't know.
So it's just, so what you got to think about is how do we challenge it then? Yeah. So because the fact is that you can recognize that it's your mind. Yeah. That's the obstacle.
Yeah,
So that's
it
the first
definitely
thing, right?
is.
Which is great. So we've got a great stance to go from because we understand where the problem is and where it lies, and just know how to tackle how to get over that problem. So we'd ask about, for me, for example, okay, so we got boxing. Okay, then we got something like taekwondo, right? Which will be, if you do a federation called WTF, all your sparring will be body sparring and semi-contact sparring. So you're not actually making contact. Do you get me? Where
Hmm.
you learn the skills. The only time you do full contact will be in competition, in which case you can then pick and choose which competitions your children go into, and they're a lot more sparse. Do you get me? So it's a
Yeah.
lot more about learning as opposed to competition every week and so on and so forth, like boxing. So you can, so again, so I can give you where we've recognized where the problem is. I can then say, okay, so what about this martial art, which is predominantly legs? There's no punching to the face. Yes, in competition, there's kicking to the head, but you wear head guards and the feet are also padded.
Okay.
Yeah, so you've got an aspect of, yes, you might get kicked in the head, but the feet are padded, the fists are padded. You got head guard, gum shield, and you've got a pad across your chest, so even the body kicks what you call it, you're protected in some aspects as well. Do you get what I'm saying? So you've
Yeah.
got a variable of martial arts now that you do in competition where you don't take as much head contact or contacts. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that would probably be an option. I'd say something like taekwondo.
No, for real. That actually is. I could tell you're probably good at what you're saying to relieve the women of their stress when their sons go in. Because even when you said about they can get that it could happen in any sport, I don't really think of that. I never
Mm,
actually ever thought of that. It's a true point. So, and I like the idea of the padding and things like that. Initially, it's just I don't know their head and they're developing, and it's just like
yeah,
oh, that my baby.
I
But
know.
yeah,
And my mum had it. My mum had the same fear putting me into taekwondo, and she had a woman teach. I had a woman teacher, and she was a world champion. And my mum had the same fears. Do you get me? Me no want nobody kick my son and I'm fear son. Rare time boss up in fear son, rare, rare, rare. And the teacher
exactly.
said, but the teacher looked at her and said, but your son's always fighting.
It doesn't seem logical, I know. It's just that fear, isn't it?
You get
Just
me?
the thought
Your
of the
son loves
direct
fighting.
contact.
That's it. She told her straight, your son loves fighting. And even, like I said, even as a big man, she looked at me in my face and said, you know what? When she see me stop playing football and play rugby, she just said, it's just you just love the rough and tumble. And that is true. Like, that's me from a kid. I just love the rough and tumble. But
Yeah,
in
my
a
son's
sport way,
definitely that.
you get me? In a sport way, I love to do it in sport, whether it be boxing, kickboxing, taekwondo, rugby, football. Me just want to get physical and just, you get what I'm saying? And that's my release. That's my release. And the only thing we got to do as the parents is just, if we have these fears, and we can't allay them fears, then what we do is we find an alternative that can provide the same kind of philosophies and outlet. So yeah, that's what I'd say. And also it's my job in it to allay people's fears, and I get it all the time, the obstacles that people have to go through when they're trying to get lose weight or whatever. there's so many obstacles that I have to help people get over. So this is something I've been training to do for a long time. So it's not new to me. You get me?
No, it's very clear. It's clear that you're really good at it. Just for the little, just
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm a young man. I was a young man in it, and I know what worked for me growing up as a young man. And I can only impart that knowledge onto other young men or their mothers. Do you get what I'm saying? Or fathers, to show them, look, I was that you. I've done the roads. I've done everything. You get me? But I knew each time I was doing those foolishness, my mind wasn't on the things that was my release. Get me? When I was running up and down the roads, I wasn't playing football. You get me? But when I'm playing football, I'm not up on the roads. So yeah, man.
got to channel that energy in a constructive way, man. Definitely.
Hmm.
And I know
That's
that's
it.
my fears, so I can't let that get in the way of, you know what I mean, what they want to do. But it's just, it is one of my fears. But I guess opening it up with a professional can just kind of, yeah, it probably would help to relieve those fears, you know,
Yeah,
because
man.
they're only young and their heads and it's developing, it's their brain, and it's like, oh,
Mm.
them
I'd
fears, man,
say
it's serious.
I'd say Google a taekwondo club near you, especially if it's WTF. Yeah, and go and do it. They always do trial classes. Will be like 2 trial classes or maybe even a month of trial. And I'd say go and do them, and maybe even you go and do one as an adult
Yeah,
and
I'd love to do
experience
that.
it yourself. You know, because sometimes the example of actually knowing what you're doing, like me as a PT, if I want to develop a new exercise, I don't just think it up. I actually practice it.
Yeah,
Do you get me? So that when I teach somebody, number one, I can demonstrate it right, but number two, I know what it's hitting and what the aim is to
yeah,
hit. You feel
exactly.
me?
Definitely, definitely.
Mm. So yeah, man. Oh yeah, man. Listen, I'm gonna go and get ready to go and play rugby and mash up myself some more.
What position do you play?
Anywhere from flanker to fullback.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you do fullback? Well, because flanker, you need to be pretty heavy. Fullback.
Do you?
Well, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm old fashioned. I mean, when I was playing, the flankers tended to be like six
Quite
foot
big.
and 16, 17, 18 stone.
Yeah, I'm not that big, mate. Nah, I'm 5'11" and like 12.5 stone, but I pack a punch.
All right, fair enough. No, it's because of the rocking and the mauling, body weight. You're
Oh,
always
mate.
using body weight.
Trust me, I'm flexible. When you've done martial arts for years, and I remember I'm a personal trainer, so I can train. Like I can bench press, I can squat, I can lift, I can chuck shit around. Do you get me? Which
Okay.
means that I can trust me. I can do my thing on a rugby pitch, man. I met many people look at me and think, fucking hell, like, how the hell are you doing that? It's
How do you work out? How do you deal with the lineouts? Because the lineouts, you'll have like people who are 6 foot plus jumping for the ball.
and again, I can jump, and then I get
Okay.
lifted. So people will lift me. So like some people will lift like at the knees or the hips.
Yes.
I'll get lifted around my calves.
Okay. Fair enough. All
Yeah,
right.
so that kind of like lifts, kind of like nullifies that, you know what I'm saying, the 4 or 5 inches that might maybe lacking in height. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I see
there's
what
that
you
aspect
mean.
of it. But also nowadays the routine, the line out routines are so much more intricate as well. That you're getting, because now even as a 7 now we lift and jump. Do
Lift
you
and
understand?
jump. All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
we lift and jump now. So if you have a 5-man line out, like, and you have your you obviously you have your hooker taking, you have your prop lifting at the front, and you have a prop at the back. The next 3 in that line out will be your flanker, probably second rows, yeah, and we're all lifting and jumping, depending on what the call is. So that's what we do nowadays. Everyone lifts and jumps. Apart, obviously, your front rows don't jump, but if you've got a shortened line out, your second row and your flankers are lifting and jumping,
That's cool.
which means you get more height, obviously, because your back rowers and mid second rowers tend to be taller than your props. So you get more height in that lift. Me being lifted by, over his head by a 6'4" second rower, it's gonna give me some height. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it will do. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's ways now, man. It's the game becomes so much more technical, but for the most part, I play in the backs. For the most part, I'm in the backs. I've hooked at times. I've played hooker. I've propped at sevens. But I just love the rough and tumble, brother. So, yeah, if a position's short and they say, "Oh, we need such and such," I'll go there. Fuck it.
Yeah.
You get me?
That's
Or some, yeah, I'm just that kind of player. I'm that winner, man. I'm in the rucks. I like to get involved. So you won't see me stay on the wing. I'll be, do you know what I'm saying? Journeying in where I can.
Yeah. Well, good luck today.
Yeah,
Against
thank
whoever
you,
you're
brother.
playing.
But yeah, man, people them have a big Saturday. Done now. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Bless up yourself, Mosh. Good luck. Good luck.
Done,
I
man.
shan't say break a leg. You know what
Oh.
I mean? But good luck, man. Let them
You know,
have
it's
it.
my,
You get me?
it's my first game back since my operation, and you got to tell man about break leg.
Oh, well, don't go too Hamlin, man. Just take it easy, man. Don't let your
Nah,
ego overtake you in it. Just remember, you
nah,
just a comeback. So
trust me.
just keep Mr. Ego in check. You know them ones.
Come on,
What,
come
what,
on,
what, what?
come on. I requested a cameo. That was it. You get me?
Okay.
Simple.
Okay.
Just a
No, well,
cameo.
good luck for real,
Come
man.
on, man. Big up yourself,
We know
peeps.
this.
Yeah, Kushti. Big up
All
yourself,
right.
Terry. Larry. Big up yourself, man.
Take care.
Bless up, bro.
Done
Have a
know.
good day.
See yourself
Yeah,
after.
man. Big up.
So yeah, family. Just to even just quickly go off a bit, but in the chats, did you not hear about the thing that happened in New Zealand? Because I'm not gonna lie, I was unaware, but I'm sure you have. Did you not hear about the terror attack in New Zealand? Let me see if I can bring it up.
No, I was just reading about it when the message was passed through.
Yeah, for real.
Septi Asadi. So yeah, it's just reading about it.
So I think that's the second one they've had now in how many years?
Yeah. Still trying to find out the body count of victims who were stabbed.
I think I read 7 from the BBC report. I think I read 7, and then he was shot dead.
Oh, shot! Damn! I wish they shot him but kept him alive. Trying to get more info. It's a shame. Oh,
Let me see if I can find it. 1 second.
Yeah, Kushti, you still doing? Are you there? You still doing yoga?
I fell off a bit, but I definitely want to get back in.
Okay.
And Pilates, I was really getting into that as well. I think that's really underestimated. That's really underestimated. So it's amazing how much different moves you can get and how much it works the body. But yeah, I fell off a bit because of COVID, but I definitely want to get back into it.
Makes sense. Yeah, COVID would have gotten the lockdown.
Yeah. What about yourself?
No, I haven't done it in years. I stopped yoga after 10 years. Haven't really gotten back. No interest.
Really?
Yeah.
Because it's not
New
just about the
Zealand.
body, it's about the mind as well. That's what I love about it.
True. That is true.
Have you ever done Pilates?
No, I was close to, but I didn't. I just stuck with the various forms of yoga.
Okay.
1999's put up the New Zealand attack.
Okay. I'm listening in.
All right, family. I'll try and read it. I know it's obviously very fine on the screen, but I'll try and read it still. It reads: New Zealand PM Jacinda Ardern has vowed to toughen anti-terror laws following Friday's knife attack in Auckland by a man who was under police surveillance. Oh, this is from the BBC family as well, yeah. We must be willing to make the changes that we know may not necessarily have changed history, but could change the future, she said at a news briefing. The man, a Sri Lankan national, stabbed several people in the supermarket. 3 of them are in a critical condition. The attacker, a known supporter of Islamic State, was shot dead by police. Miss Ardern, who described the stabbings as a terrorist attack, said she expected that changes to the country's counterterrorism legislation would be backed by Parliament by the end of September. The attacker had been arrested a number of times before Friday's incident, but Miss Ardern said that every legal avenue to keep him out of the community had been exhausted. How did the attack unfold? It happened at the Countdown supermarket. Hold on a sec. It happened at the Countdown supermarket at Lynn Mall in the Auckland district of New Lynn on Friday afternoon. A surveillance team and a specialist tactics group had followed the man from his home to the supermarket. But while there were concerns about him, officials said they had no reason to think he was planning to attack on Friday. And the team believed he was going to do his grocery shopping. Sounds familiar. After re-entering the store, however, the attacker got hold of a knife and went on a stabbing spree. Shopper Michelle Miller told local news outlet Stuff that the man was running around like a lunatic and attacking people. All I heard was a lot of screaming, she said. People were running out hysterically, just screaming, yelling, scared. Another witness said, adding that he saw an elderly man lying on the ground with a stab wound. Witnesses also said the attacker had shouted out, Allahu Akbar, God is great. Police Commissioner Andrew Costa said police rushed over upon hearing the commotion and shot. Sorry, I'm not even laughing. So you just heard a commotion and shot anyway. Police Commissioner Andrew Costa said police rushed over upon hearing the commotion and shot and killed the attacker when he charged at the officers with the knife. Okay, this happened within 60 seconds of the attack. The man, whose identity cannot be revealed due to court suppression orders, arrived in New Zealand on a student visa in 2011. He became a person of national security interest in 2016. He had been under round-the-clock monitoring and heavy surveillance due to concerns about his ideology. He was known to start multiple agencies and was also on a terror watch list. Local media reports said the attacker was 32 years old, and had recently been sentenced to 1 year of supervision for possessing IS propaganda. Prosecutors had accused him of plotting a lone wolf terror attack using knives, but the judge ruled that planning a terror attack was not in itself an offence under existing laws, the report said. Interesting. His internet search history and bookmarks included heroes of Islamic State dress, and the New Zealand prison clothes and food, according to the Stuff. Questions have been raised about why action against the attacker was not taken before the stabbings, especially since he was under close surveillance. The attacker's family was shocked and grieving. Lawyer Davud Mansuridad, who represented the man in relation to his immigrant matters, told Stuff. One more. So, yep, that's the end of that. But I don't know. Hopefully, no one's actually died. I know they said, let's go up a bit. Hopefully, the attacker's been. So, hopefully, hold on, I went on a stabbing spree. Hold on. Yeah, what is it? So, in terms of let's see what concerns about attack. Going to be grocery shopping, enter the store, blah blah blah. Shopping. Hopefully, there haven't been any fatal victims.
The authorities have to figure out why, if the guy was under surveillance, what they did wrong, and they need to improve on it. someone's under surveillance, they obviously suspected that person. Maybe they didn't have manpower to keep watching him or something. I don't know. But if somebody's under
Well, the
surveillance,
same thing happened in Streatham, innit?
yeah.
With that man that done the same thing by the. So I don't know, man. I mean, it could be argued if someone's gonna do something like that. It could be. Can you really stop them unless you're basically sort of handcuffed to them? It could be argued because. And obviously, and the thing is with surveillance, it's sort of not long sighted, but it's not close. It's not close thingy will be, is it? Like what do they call that? Security. What's it called? Close something security. If you're being surveyed, it's generally from a distance, isn't it? That's basically the point I'm trying to make. So even if he were being surveyed, what could they have stopped him? That's really the question I'm trying to ask, I guess.
Well, it depends. If he was leaving information on social media or emails, if they started watching his electronic communication, they might have come up with a clue and said, hey, this guy says he's going to do something special on this day. Or if maybe he didn't leave any form of information, or maybe he told someone, that person could have passed the information on, but they chose not to. I don't know.
But the thing is, it says in the report that the judge said that in itself, planning a attack is not a what did he say? Hold on. The judge said something. Hold on. Okay, local reading the 32 years old. Prosecutors. But the judge ruled that planning a terror attack was not in itself an offence under existing laws. So it seems like. So even though his search history had certain things in it, this, that, and the other, seemingly the judge is still saying he couldn't even have been arrested. I don't know. That's what I'm reading. That's
Maybe they'll
why
change the law.
That's why the start of the article that she said what she said, in it. She has vowed to toughen anti-terror laws. Yeah. So yeah, man. But I don't think what you've read, was there any fatal casualties witnessed? Because from this,
No, I haven't seen any casualties. Maybe the information will come out later, but not at the moment.
All right. So hopefully, do you know what I'm saying to you? It was just a mad one, but there was no fatal, like no deaths or anything like that. That's the most important. But yeah, I mean, do you think with the recent goings on in Afghanistan, etc., do you think we're going to see an increase in such things?
I mean, theoretically speaking, no, because if the stuff's going on in Afghanistan, the extremists should be happy. It's not a case of the Taliban are being suppressed. The Taliban are doing what they want. So it usually there's always an increase if, the extremists feel that Muslims somewhere are being oppressed. But if the Taliban are doing their stuff, they're not being oppressed, so they should be happy.
All right, so hopefully this is definitely just a one-off kind of situation, as they said, like a lone wolf and this, that, and the other.
No, yeah, but I think there'll probably be more lone wolves. You'll always have crazy people out there, so it's never going to end.
That is a fact. That is a fact. That is a fact. That is a fact. That is a fact.
At least it's not as bad as what's going on in Nigeria. So that's Nigeria. You're having tens of people being slaughtered, killed, raped because they're of a different ethnic group and a different religion. That's a lot worse than what's happening in New Zealand. But that's not making international news, though. Strange.
Yeah, I mean, so clearly the situation is worse than is what you're saying. It's not. Let's have a. I mean, it's not even something. Hold on a second. So there's more intertribal fighting then, or is it just?
Well, you have a situation in Nigeria where Fulani herdsmen from the north, who are Muslims, are leaving the north, coming down to the south, and they're committing atrocities because legally they've been given guns, I guess, to protect their cattle. So they're marching down into the areas where they're non-Muslims and non-Fulani, and they're killing them. And then there's cases in the north where people of other religions, Christians primarily, are getting killed. I mean, these kind of massacres have been taking place in the north since before I was even born in the 60s, but no one ever seems to get arrested for it for some reason. It just happens, and it doesn't really make international news. It gets mentioned in Nigeria, or if you watch various channels that show you what's happening in Nigeria, so you see it, but it doesn't make international news for whatever reason.
So I was going to ask you, how does the country deal with it then? How do they speak about it and whatever? And like you said, it's been going on from, you know what I mean, a long time ago. So how do the countries speak about it or deal with it, if at all?
Well, a lot of people, they believe the authorities don't deal with it properly. They believe the authorities are corrupt. Some people even go so far as to think the authorities are in on it because, of course, the president is a Fulani and he's also a Muslim. There's even a video of one of the governors in Nigeria, of Benue State, saying that the president is trying to initiate an Islamic takeover of Nigeria. That's pretty serious. That's like the governor of California saying that the president of the United States is trying to do a takeover of the country. Yeah, it's that serious. People don't look to the authorities for help. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that is scary still, because we know, I mean, in terms of numbers, I know the north is mostly Muslim, but what sort of percentage is it in Nigeria, like in terms of Muslim and Christians, this thing ever? Something I can look for. Hold on a sec.
I don't know. Some people say 50, 45%, 50%, 45. I don't know.
Still very high.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Very high. Let's have a look. I mean, oh mate, you know, I don't really talk about it because it's just
you know, there's a war going on to the southern Africa, where Rwanda has united with Mozambique and another country. They've united their armies to fight against Al-Shabaab in Mozambique, because there were claims that Al-Shabaab have been committing atrocities there and were trying to create a caliphate. So those three countries, Rwanda, Mozambique, and third African country, they united their forces together to try and fight against Al-Shabaab. It's going on now.
Wow, I'll have to look into that. Big up those countries still, man, because trust me, we don't need all this religious stuff. It's just long, man. It's just so long. And, you know, it's just a shame that in 2021, we're still falling for certain, you know what I'm saying to you, where just because, like you said, just because we're of a different, you know, tribe or religion or this and that we're really willing, you know, to take each other's lives, man. It's just, And it's interesting you say that, because I heard you mention Rwanda, obviously, in that list, and we know about the whole fucking, you know, and again, this is in our lifetime, man, and I don't know, man. Like Bob said, man to man is so unjust, man. And I'm just saying, please do not do it in the name of a god, man. For Pete's sake, it just makes the team look mad, really mad. But yeah, that's quite depressing, to be fair, LB. That's very depressing.
Yeah, it's a lot worse. I mean, I did have like news footage. I think on Jedi's, must have been months ago, I showed him some news footage about one of those incidents in Nigeria. Yeah, he let me play it on his show, on his channel. Yeah, just letting him know about that. Yeah, it's pretty bad, and I do get images or footage sent to me by relatives in Nigeria, and they just updating me on what's going on there. And there's a big brain drain. Lots of Nigerians emigrating, leaving, and stuff, trying to get out. So it's pretty bad.
Another. I think that's just going to be an age-old problem, man. Unfortunately, but I was just looking at this. Where's it gone? It seems Sunni Islam, according to this, and what's this? Who is this from? This is from worldatlas.com. Yeah, just as a source. But it says that number one is Sunni Islam. This is in terms of Nigeria, yeah, 42.5%. Protestant Christianity, 32.3%. Roman Catholic Christianity, 10.9%. and Shia Islam 6.0%. So yeah, seems like there's more. Hold on. It's probably to be for another Christian, but then I'm finding something else that says it the other way around, man. So that's a bit mad.
I mean, personally, I'll be happy if the North broke off and formed its own country. I don't think anyone in the Southwest or the Southeast would miss them. But they won't leave because obviously the Southeast, they have oil.
You've got the oil.
So they want to keep it, but I don't think anybody... I mean, about 2 months ago in England, Whitehall, two groups of ethnic groups marched to Whitehall, to Downing Street. One group wanted Biafra, which is the state to the east, and the other group wanted a state called Oduduwa Republic, which is the state to the southwest. And they marched together side by side down Whitehall towards Downing Street. I've got the footage as well. In London, they did that, protesting. They want Nigeria to split, break off. They don't want it. They don't want it united.
Yeah, I mean, how realistic do you think such a thing would be?
Well, it's not realistic as long as there's. It's not realistic as long as there's oil in the southeast.
Right.
So that's why, yeah, that's why they couldn't have Biafra. Oil was discovered in the southeast.
As you say that, I've not seen Biafra man for a little while. I hope he's all right. I hope he ain't been kidnapped.
Who's Biafra man?
Biafra man, you know when I can't remember his name now. Ayo, what's his name? Alowenze. I actually can't remember his name now. You know the Nigerian. He's another Nigerian guy, but he's Biafran in it, and he always comes up saying he wants a Biafra state.
Yeah, I mean the people. I mean the other group want Oduduwa Republic, which is the southwest. They want their state. So you've got Biafra to southeast, Oduduwa Republic to the southwest. But they won't have it because the federal government will suppress them. Plus, I don't think all the Nigerians in the southeast or the southwest want to break off. So.
Right. That's interesting still. I might have to take a little look into a couple of the politics and that regarding certain situations. But yeah, man. But listen, family, I'm gonna break it off there. It's just 1 o'clock and I've definitely got a couple of things to do. And yeah, man, back to business. Big up all the parents out there. Big up all the children that have gone back. You know what I mean? Work hard, work smart. Yeah, hit the notification bell because you never know when I might pop up. But yeah, man, a couple of things for do in our real life. So yeah, man, so I talk myself.
Take care.
Thanks for coming through. Yeah, man. Always nice to have you here, Bab. Thank you very much. Teza, we know which part you're there. Big up yourself. Queen Kushti. Yeah, everyone in the building. Yeah, thanks for passing through. I hope you've had an enjoyable morning. And yeah, man, I'm going to do what I have to do on Saturday. Yeah, still grey, unfortunately. But yeah, man, we'll go and give thanks. So until next time, family. I'll tell you what, I have one tune, and then yeah, big ups, man. No football today, unfortunately. All this flipping international nonsense. But we'll be back next week, talking footy. All right. And everyone's coming about the place now. So at the right time. When the right time comes. Yes, family. Remember these words. Ooh. Oh my God. How unlucky is that, man? Shut. When things go wrong, sometimes we, when the road
your trotting seems all uphill. When the funds are low and the bids are high, and you wanna smoke, but you have to sigh. When care is pressing you down a bit, rest if you must. Don't you quit. Oh no, don't you quit. Oh no.
Too much top end.
Success is failure. Inside out.
Alright, my man saying too much top end, but listen, family, you done know the settings. Don't quit. So yeah, until the next time, man. One love. Just me.